have no idea if this is working. I also know I had my chat showing a little bit ago, but I don't remember how I did it. It's been too long. Oh boy. Let me see if I can figure this out again. I don't know, I hope everything's working okay. I don't even know if... Hi, Sony! Are you able to hear me okay? And can you hear the game as well? And can you see the game too? Okay, cool. That's great. I'm trying to remember how I made my chat thing like show up over my game so that I can see it while I stream. I don't remember how I did that. It's been a long time. Oh no, I made a mistake. Or did I not? It still looks okay, right? Okay. I don't know what happened. Something on my OBS just changed a little bit. Yeah, I have the chat on this little window. How do I make it, like, stick to the top? Pin it to the front. Let me... Oh wait, is this it? No. Oh boy. I hope this isn't... hope this isn't too boring, but I mean, I just gotta figure things out quickly. Because I wanna be able to see the chat while I'm playing, and I know I did that before. I know it just started, but I wanna do a good job, you know? I keep messing things up. Thankfully, it's only on my end that it's getting messed up. On the bright side, we get to look at this very pretty artwork for this update. It's so good. I'm gonna have to show Lamia's boss model because I'm obsessed with her glow up. Truly, she's doing it like nobody else. And she looked very creepy before. Very creepy. And now she looks very pretty. I like it a lot. Okay, I think I'm remembering. I think I used a transparent chat overlay before. I should still have that. But where is it? If I don't still have it, I could always just re-download it or something. It shouldn't. I doubt it would take too long. Oh no, I have it. I found it. Yeah! Okay! Okay, good! I did it! Yay! And just to be clear, I don't think you should be able to see it on the stream. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, okay, everything's working. Yay! Oh, well. Anyway, yeah, so today I'm gonna be streaming Punishing Grey Raven again. I'm going to be doing the newest story update, which is called Cradle Parade. I don't really know much of what it's about, but I know it features Lamia, who I affectionately call everyone's favorite failgirl mermaid, because that's what she is. We do love failgirls. So I guess I'll get into the game. And like I said before, I do very quickly want to show what her boss model used to be. Well, no, it used to be. It's still her boss model, but her model as a boss to show like what she used to look like. Yeah, here. This is she. She's like, yeah, see, she's kind of like weird and creepy. She's got big ol' legs. And then in her second form, mermaid mode. Hi, Penny. Okay, I promise there's a point to this. Hi, Penny. I'm playing Punishing Grey Raven, and I'm doing the new story update. And oh, thank you. Yeah, I love this song. But so the new character is in this update is Lamia. She's this lady. She used to be a boss. I'm showing her like model as a boss because she like, well, obviously she's playable now and she has a different model as a playable character, and just the glow up that she has received as a player character is insane. And so I'm showing it off for comparison's sake. Yeah, so this is what she looked like as a boss. And then now she looks... This is her. This is her new model. She's so pretty! I love like all of the sparkly details on her outfit and like her makeup. I love her hairstyle. She looks so good like this. Like, girl. Major glow up. She is still 100% a fail girl. I loved when I first got her, just like some of her voice lines made me kind of happy. Because like she had one where like I equipped a weapon on her and she was like, I don't actually know how to use this. Yeah. Oh, let me see if I can make her say it again by just like briefly switching weapons. I probably can.
Actually, I have no idea how to use this weapon. I just fling it around normally. Stop looking at me like that. Fine, I'll learn. Actually,
yeah.
I have no idea how to use this weapon. I just fling it around normally. Stop looking at me like that. Fine, I'll learn.
Did I fix it? I think I fixed it. It's probably because I plugged in my controller and that switched my, like, audio input thingy. Ugh, I hate it when it does that. Anyway, so I assume that means it didn't pick up any of what I just said. I have no idea where it cut out. So I guess I'll just start from, like, explaining how this part of the story, like, yes. So at the end of the last chapter, after completing, like, the events of the chapter and everything ending well, the player character, the Grey Raven Commandant, was flying back to Babylonia. And as they were flying back, seemed to be hit with what I believe to be knockout gas of some sort. And then it cut straight to, like, a command room in Babylonia with, like, the command characters that we're familiar with, that I'm familiar with anyway. And them, like, giving a report about how the Grey Raven Commandant has gone missing. So, yeah, I'm missing now. That's fun. Yeah. Who knows what happened there? But we're gonna find out. And I also pointed out how the name of this, like, first scene is called Cradle Slaughterhouse, and that doesn't sound good. But yeah, I'll start reading from the beginning again. Anyone who has common sense will remember that the bewilderments of the eyes are of two kinds, and arise from two causes, either from coming out of the light or from going into the light, which is true of the mind's eye quite as much as of the bodily eye. And he who remembers this, when he has seen anyone whose vision is perplexed and weak, will not be too ready to laugh. He will first ask whether that soul of man has come out of the brighter life, and is unable to see because unaccustomed to the dark, or, having turned from the darkness to the day, is dazzled by excess of light. Plato, The Republic. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Fate has decided to crack a cruel joke. The Grey Raven Commandant has vanished. The transport craft back to Babylonia got ambushed. All emergency items got wrecked, and even the parachutes turned out to have massive holes, only spotted once they were open. Thus, with a mere splash, this humanity's hero, lauded by all, plummeted into a corrupted river. Search teams have gone into overdrive, scouring the river and grilling everyone involved, but the person they are after is nowhere in sight. That is what happened. Some time after the disappearance incident, you finally wake up from a prolonged coma, facing the dangerous unknown alone. Your brain feels like a soggy sponge, your head too heavy to lift. Even your memories are all fuzzy. Your body is strapped to some old table and chair, devoid of any leeway for movement. I just got a good look. Yeah, sometimes my brain also feels like a soggy sponge. But I just got a good look at this background art and realized I thought it was just, like, grimy and gross. That looks like it might be blood. That looks like it might be blood. Like, really dried blood. Uh... Hey! Anybody out there? Your comrades and teammates are nowhere in sight. No matter how hard you struggle or shout, there's no response. Gotta get out of here now. And out of this bitch. Oh god. This was the boss of the chapter from last time I streamed. You're supposed to be dead! We killed you! But I mean, I knew they weren't fully dead. Because in, like, the next chapter afterwards, it showed him, like, walking around again. Saying it's like a backup body. Ugh. Yeah, this is Lithos. Lithos is causing problems. Then, out of nowhere, the lock clicks open, and a frail figure shuffles in through the door. Lithos. You're awake later than I thought. Are you okay? What the fuck? He sets down a plate of barely cooked fish, his expression full of concern at you. Are you trying to feed me just like a raw anglerfish? What the hell? I'm not gonna eat that. Well, I mean, I guess I don't have much of a choice, but I don't want to eat that. What's your plan now? Initially, I was going to turn you into a construct. For us, it's only constructs that qualify as seeds, fitting into our plans. But since you kept turning us down, we had to resort to some less than gentle tactics to bring you here. And yet, here you are, still human, after a long coma. Ever wonder why? I just woke up. I'm not really wondering much of anything except, like, what? I don't know. Seems like you've had an inkling all along. I just said I didn't. Okay. I guess in character I do. Sure. Yeah, I totally know what's going on. I just, why don't you say it again? Just so that we get it out in the air. The Grey Raven Commandant, hailed as humanity's hero, has no affinity to Tantalum 193. Oh, that was all? That was it? Okay. This basically this just means that I can't be a construct. This is something that's been in the lore since, like, the beginning of the game. In order for humans to turn into constructs, they have to have an affinity for Tantalum 193, which is like a type of science fiction ore that they use to make construct frames, I think. So, if I have no affinity to it, I cannot be made into a construct. I'm just gonna... Yeah, the Rock doesn't like me. The Rock and I don't vibe. You've held on to this secret, never once denying it when asked. Quite intriguing, isn't it? Was that a secret? I didn't know that was a secret. Okay. I've heard from some of us stationed in Babylonia that Bianca and Liv both felt the pull of their specialized frames, glimpsing the simulation of the future. In every scenario, your life ends as a human. Didn't they ever suspect anything? Why don't you tell them? Fear of worrying your companions? Or perhaps it was an order? Lithos lifts his eyes, taking in the human's reactions. Don't let it get you down too much. Being adaptable is just a last resort. As a commandant, what really matters is your mind beacon connection rate and physical shape. But if you're dead set on marching to the front lines, it's best to keep this adaptability report under wraps. Frontline commandants are always in the hot seat, and the successful grads usually have that adaptability ace up their sleeves. When the missions aren't make or break, those without it get special treatment. Being handed simpler missions, or sticking to the cushy rear. Simon had it that way, but you said that was not what you wanted. This isn't my first time seeing someone tinker with their report, but most folks aren't itching to hit the front lines, flipping past to fail. Training a commandant isn't a walk in the park. Getting nabbed pulling this stunt usually ends up in a slap on the wrist. Mull it over carefully, because this is about your future too. Humans age, get banged up or disabled. Nobody can stay forever young and battle-ready. These issues don't hinge on your determination or ideals, unless you're gunning to meet your maker on the battlefield. If you're not up for cooking the books, then maybe it's time to reconsider my pitch to work at Command Central.
Asimov's in on this too, right? And he opted to keep it under wraps for your sake. Humanity's hero can't flip the switch and become a construct, meaning you're destined to stand with humans, leading toward their side in the grand scheme. The current vibe in Babylonia is that constructs ought to snag a few human rights. But if word gets out about this chink in your armor, you're bound to lose a chunk of support from the lower tier constructs. Maybe throwing your weight behind someone like Chrome, who's all about seeing both sides, might be a smarter move, right? But then again, he's gone full-blown construct, marching to a different beat than you.
Seems like your view's a bit skewed.
Is that so? Well, most of what I know about Babylonia comes from these defectors. And let me tell you, they're never gonna spin some fairy tales. Now that you're clued in, you should get why I can't be the seed you're fishing for. But you're letting me hang around for now. What's the catch?
Yeah, so if you didn't already know, Lithos is with the Ascendants, who are trying to become kind of the next stage of evolution. But only constructs are capable of becoming Ascendants. Well, I guess not just constructs. Machines. Only machines. So humans can't become Ascendants, because the punishing virus just kills humans. So if I can't become a construct, I can't become an Ascendant. Which they probably don't like. They probably wanted me to become an Ascendant real bad.
We've been chewing on how to convert those without adaptability into the mind.
Convert them into the mind?
To be precise, it's more like getting to a state that's close to the mind. If you've ever seen constructs switching frames, you've seen the object separated from the head and torso. Our soul is stored in there. At least, that's my take on it. Turning into that kind of form, but still keeping your self-consciousness intact in a frame similar to your own, is a tough task. For the humanoid hybrid constructs, or those diving into the Ascension network for a data feast. Ugh, I can't read. For a data feast, it's an even tougher one. Those who manage to achieve this typically have a more beautiful brain, extremely strong emotions, and profound self-awareness. Just what I'm after.
What do you mean by a more beautiful brain?
I'm not sure about that. Only those with a mind stable enough can be given birth by Cathilla as a whole. Okay. This is a name that's been coming up a lot. I don't think my brain is pretty. I don't think any brains are pretty. But you should know this about me. I don't like insides. I think they should stay inside. Maybe by brain standards my brain is pretty, but who knows? I've never seen it, and I don't want to see it. I want it to be in my head. Cathilla is a name I've heard thrown around a lot in the recent updates, but I still don't know what it is. It's like some project that people are working on. I don't know what it is. Ugh. Cathilla? By now, you must have seen her. Or rather, her little cradle. You used to tag her as the Heterohive Mother. I thought that might be it. I thought so. Yeah. Heterohive Mother it was a boss a long time ago. It was a big spider-looking thing. And I killed it. But I guess they did something else. Wait, I just noticed something. The Heterohive is Tegodathon? Oh my god. It's the Heterohive Mother. This Heterohive is mothering. I just noticed that I have some kind of IV in my hand, and Lithos has an IV in his arm. No, you're right. Well, no. Some hetero things can mother. Like, what about Kate Blanchett? She's mother, right? Thank you. Okay. But yeah, I noticed that we both have IVs, and I don't know what that implies, but I don't like it. Also, I think I've just been looking at this anglerfish. I really hope Lithos doesn't expect me to eat it. She lent a hand in weaving heterosapiens in the Red Tide, and even gave birth to a pair of twins. No, you're right. This is exactly Xenos dinner scene vibes. If it turns out that I'm in someone else's body, then it's gonna be like the same exact thing. In that trial run, where the red tide mingled with the sea, we proved that the twins could house a construct's mind. Without a Fandaniel? For now, anyway. Maybe there is a Fandaniel here. Or maybe Lithos is Fandaniel and someone else is Xenos. I don't know. Everything has been set, and volunteers queue up. But only a select few can be fully reborn under her wing. Are you saying that you're planning to do to me what you did to Chico? I know you were there, Sony, so do you remember Chico? The boss from that other update? The Purifying Force vice captain who got turned into a giant horrifying monster? Yeah. That wasn't great. Right. To become a new breed of human, rising above death's grip. It's a shame. If only you could become a construct, things would be smoother sailing. But it's okay. We've got a plan B. He gestures at the IV drip in your hand. Yeah. I knew something was fucky. This potion is one of our research results. Needs a jab every day. One last shot, and you'll score adaptability. To become a construct? No, I'm talking about the adaptability to hetero creatures. A human diving headfirst into the red tide will only end up shredded and become a shattered puzzle. The scattered pieces will blend with others, making it impossible to tell one from the other. Mister reckons that would be a waste of your potential. Once you've got this adaptability, you'll be more in tune with Cathilla, more wholly embraced by her. Right. It's been a few days since you had a decent meal or a dose of nutrients. Fancy a bite? Ugh. He scoops up a forkful of finely diced fish liver and extends it. Can I refuse and just die? This was originally meant for Mister, but he won't be coming anytime soon. I'm not gonna be that mean, even though it would be funny. Nervous it's laced with poison? No need to fret. I won't do you harm. The only things that can thwart the plan now are you making a grand escape or dying before we seal the deal. I mean, I feel like you are doing me harm, though. I feel like it's a matter of perspective. You want to get out of here, right? After all that hunger, shouldn't you have a little fuel to recharge? Why would you help me escape? Because I love you, Grey Raven Commandant. I love you. Are you serious? You're like a kid. I'm not into that. Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? How few fucks do I want to give about this guy's feelings? I mean, he's killed a lot of people. Are you serious? Little did you know, I've had my eye on you for a while now. If it weren't for the mission, I might have done more. Genuinely. However, is the hero adored by many, harbors a soul so lonesome that even the affection of an ascendant gets scrutinized for its authenticity? I think this should be does. But we already know PGR's translation can be a little dicey in some places. So does the hero adored by many harbor a soul so lonesome that even the affection of an ascendant gets scrutinized for its authenticity? I feel like especially the affection of an ascendant would get scrutinized. Again, matter of perspective? It's alright. Feeling lonely is par for the course. Even saints get a taste of that solitary life chasing lofty ideals. Don't blame yourself for not being ironclad. My love confession is genuine. It's because I care for you that this plan must work out. You have to stay alive till that final shot. Only then can your mind keep on chucking. Now, have some food. You could have just kept me knocked out until that day, but you didn't. Escaping is like a game that kicks your emotions into high gear and amps up your self-awareness. Waiting too long to wake you would mess with your mental stability. Fish tastes the best when it's fresh. Please don't talk about me like that. Lithos twirls the fork in his hand like an angler teasing a nibble. Then why not kick off the great escape after the final shot? After the final shot, you will only have 48 hours left. Even if you make it back to Babylonia, they might not have the tech to save you. In those 48 hours, you'll feel your flesh withering away, and this drug comes with a strong side effect. Yeah, what was that about not wanting to harm me? What was that? Because this seems a lot like you're harming me. It heightens your sense of pain more than usual. I'm sorry. This is one downside neither Cinderelic nor I can fix. Yeah, that sounds like harm, doesn't it? That sounds like harm! That sounds like you're gonna hurt me a lot! That sounds like I'm gonna die in 2 days. Or I guess 2 days from whenever I get this last shot. Well, I could give you a painkiller. It would mess with the outcome's quality. Pain's like a tonic that keeps you sharp. During construct operations, pain helps sync up the mind with the consciousness. But the agony from decay after that last shot will be off the charts. I'm afraid you might opt for an early exit. Come on, tuck into these fish. The sea fairies worked hard snagging them, so let's not waste food. I don't think that's a metaphor. I think he's talking about, like, hetero creatures that are in the water. Sea fairies? Yeah, they're Cthilla's children too. See? Hetero creatures. You'll get to know them soon enough. Dig in. Seems like you're not getting the gravity of your situation. Again, what was that you said about not harming me? Because I'm pretty sure you just stabbed me in the hand with a fork. Even though there's still time before that final shot Lithos mentioned, the pain your body's feeling has already reached unbearable levels. Impressive. You managed to hold back the screams. I don't like it. He gives his wrist a slight twist, driving the fork deeper into the wound he made. The pain skyrockets, causing your body to convulse and shiver, nearly toppling onto the rickety table. Yeah, Conrad Bad Time Simulator. Also, I feel like sitting across from me like this is making me think of Doki Doki Literature Club, Act 3. You! Just Lithos. And he even said he's in love with me. I'm totally not in love with him. He's like a teenage boy and also crazy. It isn't until the view zooms in very close on the stained tabletop that the multitude of tiny dents becomes glaringly obvious. What exactly went down here? How many people got dealt the same hand? Yeah, no, I'll yell at him. Lithos! Ah! Get your fucking fork out of my hand! Oh no, you're just gonna leave it there? Okay. Rude. Sorry. I just hope you grasp the current state of your body. Whatever your next move is, make sure to take good care of yourself. Oh, right. By way of apology, you can ask one question. I promise I won't lie. You expect me to buy that? You can choose to doubt it and keep your mouth shut. No harm in taking info that's handed over, even if it might be a lie. I'm not asking that. How do I get out of this joint? To think you'd ask that question. From where I'm standing, there's absolutely no way you're breaking free alone, because this place is ironclad secure. Unless Babylonia sniffs you out, or some agent decides to lend you a hand. But even if they wanted to yank you out, getting here would be a tough one. Most people holed up here were relocated from shallower locations before diving down to this depth. Oh, so I'm underwater. Okay. Are we underwater? That's your second question already. He lets out a resigned sigh. Alright. I'll spill the beans because you're the only one I dragged down here against their will. And I've been feeling guilty about it. Oh, that makes you feel guilty. That? Okay. We found the bar. Do people actually come here willingly? I know they do. But here's the deal. You have to play 2 rounds of Q&A with me in return. Don't worry. I won't pry into secrets, and you can keep silent if you want to. Ever heard of the famous trolley problem? Picture this. The researchers over in Babylonia, using mind duplication tech, make 5 lives, now strapped to the tracks with a train barreling down on them. I failed to consider the trolley. Oh no, it's the trolley problem. I was just walking around, enjoying my day, and now I'm confronted with an ethical dilemma. You got a stick on the control panel that could switch the tracks, but there lies the real Liv. What will you do? Pull the stick and watch the true Liv, who's been your companion through thick and thin, lock eyes with you as the train barrels down on her? This way, you get 5 lives, albeit each with a dash of mind migraine. But more lives means more lives saved, and more of her by your side. Sweet deal, right? Or ditch these 5 copies, leaving the real Liv behind. I think I would get rid of the clones? I mean, I feel like just the premise of this version of the trolley problem is a bit weird, because, like, why are they making 5 clones of Liv just to tie them to a train track? But maybe I'm investigating the hypothetical a little too much. But yeah, I think I would do nothing and give up on the 5 clones of Liv. Yeah, that's another question. I don't know. Are they fully sentient? I don't know. I mean, technically, the Lucia in Grey Raven is a clone like that. Because Lucia Alpha, the one with the Ascendants, that's the original Lucia. But, I mean, like, if they made 5 clones and then just tied them to a train track, I'd probably go for the real Liv. I mean, why did they even make those clones? So that's your choice. Why not use Lucia as the example? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She is... yeah. Because only Alpha can get copied. Lucia is already a copy. Copy a copy, and the quality drops hard. Can't even hold on to self-consciousness. Alright, on to the next question. Still a trolley problem. Picture this. If the geniuses at Babylonia make 5 clones of you, all tied up on the tracks, staring down the barrel of an incoming train. 5 clones of me? You got it. And once again, pulling the stick could switch the tracks, with you being the one staring down the train. The problem is, the Babylonia Parliament's calling the shots on who gets saved. On one hand, 5 commandants with top-notch mind beacons, 1 for Grey Raven, leaving 4 heavy hitters, each capable of turning the tide of battle. Don't think you're gonna be happy seeing 5 copies of yourself, are you? Well, yes, this is where accidents and memory loss come in handy. And then there's the genuine Commandant, the one Grey Raven truly cherishes. Considering their attachment to you, they'd undoubtedly prioritize saving the real you. Even though Lucia herself is a clone. I mean, I could ask, but I think I know what he's implying. I think he's implying that in this scenario, they'd kill me and take the clones. Is someone influential seeking my clones? I don't know. I don't even know. Are you the very commandant that Grey Raven is leaving no stone unturned trying to find? Or are you one of the 5 they don't care about at all? Or maybe you are the true one, but Grey Raven has located one of the 5 and halted their pursuit of you. I can't tell if he's bluffing. I mustn't let the swindler toy with my emotions. Enough questions. It's time to provide answers. Alright then. We're deep in the ocean, over 5,000 meters below the surface. You can think of this place as a huge submarine. Over 5,000 meters, but how much exactly? No more questions allowed. Even if it's just a bit over 5,000, you can't leave on your own, and it would be challenging for Grey Raven to locate this spot. Despite being down to the last shot, please hold on to hope and keep fighting. You don't want to meet your end here, do you? Our objectives align. I'm not sure they do. Enough with your crocodile tears. His gaze dims, offering no further arguments. Are you feeling more composed now? Awakening can sometimes leave one's mind hazy. I'm worried you might harm yourself by attempting an escape. How about this? Let's play an easy little game to get moving, shall we? What are you going to do? Don't be afraid. Easy. While adopting a soothing tone, he casually picks up a thin thread from the jar nearby. Just a little game. No challenges or penalties. Let's just unwind a bit. Lithos wraps the delicate cotton thread around his hands. When I was a kid, this little game was all the rage, letting our fingers mingle through those twisted cotton strings. Sitting side by side, lost in that simple pastime, it felt like two people's destinies were somehow woven together. You see, my hands are just as tied up as yours. I don't think they are, because you can still, get them out pretty easily. He passes you the tangled cotton thread, the sweet scent of lilies mingling with the sharp tang of blood hitting you as he draws near. That smell, captured by your heightened senses, instantly dredges up haunting memories long buried. Lilies and blood, a scent etched into the memory of anyone who's attended a soldier's mass funeral. Lithos pays no heed to your musings, his eyes fixed on the thin thread in his hands, as if he could peer through it to a long-gone figure. When I was little, Father used to call this sort of string game Cat's Cradle. Rock-a-bye kitty high in the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. And down will come kitty, cradle and all. Cat's Cradle. Do you know what comes after in the tale? Yeah, I know. Cat's Cradle is nothing but a lie, veiling the harsh reality. A fanciful hope and illusion. It was the same when Fathers put the rope on me. Project Cathilla isn't any different, and neither is humanity's hero. People pine for what's beyond their grasp in life, hoping to discover it in the afterlife or up in the heavens. That's why gods must exist, heroes must exist, and within the cat's cradle, there must be a cat and a cradle. We crave a lie to cling to hope, but every lie will be exposed someday. The philosophy of the Ascendants has long veered from this narrative. Yeah, you're right. Mister is now different from when he introduced me to this book. Many things have veered from their original ideal form. He keeps caressing the thin thread in his hand, almost as if he's fashioning a noose around his fingers. I am no different. Even if Lithos keeps spawning new copies to fulfill his mission, the me talking to you now will fade away eventually. What about you, Grey Raven Commandant? When you come face to face with everything, will you also fall from the treetops alongside the cat's cradle? Then, Lithos abruptly halts all movement and glances toward the door. After a beat, he rises from the table, leaving behind his fork and the plate of fish. Yeah, leaving it behind in my fucking hand. An unexpected guest has slipped in. I should go greet them. Get some rest for now. Cradle Parade. Cradle Slaughterhouse. Parade of Corpses. Unexpected visitor. Ooh. Time for Lamia. From the silent wreckage emerges a visitor Lithos never expected. The long unconscious child rubs her messy forehead, striving to regain her clarity and return to her original form. this has already been hinted at and revealed in the story, that this Lillian girl is actually a disguise for Lamia. My head, it's spinning. What exactly happened? Why is she here? Her foggy mind offers no answers yet. Right. It was because, I met Loki. She struggles to move her body, the terminal slipping from her arms and clattering to the ground amidst her stumbling. Retrieving the nearly lifeless device, Lamia steals a glance at the time. Have I been out for a week? Before she can check for a signal, the terminal sputters its final sparks and goes dead. Meanwhile, a series of slow footsteps draw near. Someone's coming. I have to hide. Oh, I cannot move fast. This is as fast as I can move. Wait, someone's coming. Is that a corrupted? No, he's controlled by the Ascendant. What am I supposed to do? Ah! Can I, like, hide in the corpses? I'll wait until he walks away. Alright, I should leave here quickly. Don't these look like the android bodies from the Puppets bunker? The corpse room. Oh god, there's more! Can I sneak up behind them and kill them? Is that a thing I can do? Oh wait, there's something behind my thing. These corrupted are not manipulated. It's okay to attack them. Okay, if it's okay to attack them.
Get out of my sight! Quiet! Get out of my sight! Get out of my sight!
Alright, I should go.
Yeah, like boom!
Yeah! Mermaid form!
It hurts. Get out of here! Die!
This door looks weird. Is it some virtual projection in a game space? That guy again. Gotta get through here first. Well, that wasn't difficult. Lost soul. Like a lost soul, Short Halt wanders alone in the pit of despair, awaiting his kind's arrival. I don't know what that means. Oh, it's back to me with the fork in my hand.
Just a little drink. As Lamia deftly avoids Lithos, the lost soul trapped in the depths of the pit begins their own battle to break free and flee. That's me attempting to wriggle free. Oh my god, thank you! Your limbs are trapped by shackles, firmly anchored to the table and the floor, granting only limited movement to your upper body. Luckily, the shaky sensation suggests the handcuffs aren't securely fastened. If not for this weakened body, it is possible to break free. To break free. Break free of what? It is possible to break free through sheer strength alone. Time to find a tool. Oh god. Yep, I'm desperate. Okay, now let's do some extracting the fork from my hand noises. Ew, gross. I don't know, is that good? Biting down on one end of the fork and pulling hard, you feel a sharp pain shoot through the back of your hand. Well, at least now it doesn't have a fork in it. Wedge the fork into the gap between the handcuffs and the table. This should do it. Well, I guess I have a fork in my mouth, so it should sound more like, this should do it. Just as a glimmer of hope appears, exhaustion hits like a ton of bricks, blurring your vision. Maybe Lithos was right about the fish. A quick bite might restore some stamina, or kill me. I mean, it's been barely cooked. That means it's been cooked a little. Lean in again and press the fork handle down with your chin. Nope. The shackles remain immovable. Give it another shot. Okay. Nope. Awkwardly changing angles and gritting teeth, you press down again and finally feel the fork sink, only to see its handle bent into an arc. Well, now I've just ruined a perfectly good fork. Shaking your head to clear your blurred vision, you realize sweat has begun to bead on your forehead. This isn't right. Ever since resolving to step onto the battlefield, you have never allowed your body to reach such a state of weakness. And that's saying something, because in this game, I've been in bad states a lot. There was one whole story chapter that I spent in a coma due to complications from a concussion. Knowing that there is no turning back, and you have been harboring an unspoken lie, you must work harder than those with innate talent. If not for being in this predicament, all of this would have remained a secret. Shaking off these thoughts, you calm your chaotic breathing, adjust your posture, and press down on the fragile fork once more. Stay with me, fork! Come on! The fork screeches, prying at the joint bit by bit. Just a little more. Clang!
the base of the fork suddenly breaks in two, and your cheek is cut by the broken edge due to inertia. God damn it. Thought I did it for a second, but I guess this makes more sense. Fortunately, the handcuffs loosen significantly. Oh, yay! Yay! Okay. Not working. Vigorously shaking your wrists, you finally pull out the handcuffs, along with the nails on them. After moving your newly freed hand to wipe the blood off your face, you shift your focus to the other hand. Pick up the broken fork. Well, that's easy. I don't have to do, like, effort noises for this, I guess. I just go... I pick it up. With one hand freed, the rest of the escape goes much smoother. Work on the shackles on the legs next. You bend down to inspect the shackles fixed to the floor and find them to be very sturdy, but locked with a simple lock, which could be picked with a simple tool. This fork is giving me a lot of mileage, isn't it? Looks like I'll have to use this fork again. This I've decided this fork is my new best friend. This is my companion cube. Could Lithos have overlooked that this fork would help your escape? No. No way. I'm sure Lithos was planning this. Friendship ended with Lithos. Friendship never started with Lithos. Lithos has been a bitch from day one. And I'm not saying bitch as a term of endearment this time. All the offense. What he said and how he said it all point to one thing. This is a game planned in cahoots with the defectors from Babylonia. The game didn't start now. It began the moment you boarded that doomed transport craft. First, focus on now. Forget about those things. The moment the shackles fall off due to the fork's tampering, slow footsteps approach from outside. Lithos? Or is it Lamia? Is Lamia coming to save me? Quick, hide. No, it's fucking Lithos, goddammit! Lithos steps into the room, spots the discarded shackles on the table, and isn't surprised in the slightest. Commandant? I'm not here! Hiding so quickly? It seems those with memories are more stable, immediately knowing what they should do. Those with memories? Twirling his long hair around his finger and wandering around the room, Lithos never opens the cabinet or searches under the table. Grey Raven Commandant? He whispers softly, edging closer to your hiding spot. It turns out that in the haste to hide, a drop of your blood inadvertently fell nearby. Oh, crap. He stops in his tracks beside that drop of blood. What should I do now? It's even more dangerous out there. Has he not noticed? Has he not noticed that I'm here? Besides those children, Loki is there too. Running into her would be troublesome. But this is our last chance for Project Cathilla. Mister won't allow us to fail. He mutters to himself, resting his hand against the wall. Cathilla? Cathilla, No. Mr. Monster, can you hear me? The wall behind you suddenly becomes scorching hot. What the fuck? I know it's hard, but please, you must help Cathilla control her cradle. We must stop Loki from leaving that area at any cost. He turns his head in the direction of your gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. Paper Crane, let's go. Okay, so he totally knew I was there. After his footsteps fade away, silence reclaims the space as if the burning sensation behind just now was but a bluff to intimidate. Barely able to support your body, you creep through the narrow crevice, realizing then how drained and feeble your body is. The same feelings hit you after you sustained injuries in the battle at the Puglia Forest Park ruins, followed by a prolonged coma. I just talked about that! That was the time I got in a coma! And I missed a whole chapter. Well, not quite a whole chapter. And it was one of the best chapters, but also one of the worst chapters. Best in terms of writing quality, worst in terms of everything happening bad. If only Grey Raven were here. If they were here. Commandant, your wounds. Liv? Reaching out toward her figure, you only grasp the afterglow of light. Oh, great, I'm hallucinating. A hallucination? Your state of confusion grows, unsure if the anomaly lies within yourself or in this mysterious space. You shake your head again, clearing the chaos from your mind. Now's not the time for nostalgia and sorrow. They're still searching for me. I must hurry back. Can't let them worry for too long. While the Grey Raven Commandant hunts for an exit unarmed, a weathered soldier hurries past the grim alley in the amusement park. Oh fuck, we're in an amusement park now? It is the third survivor to fall into the pit. Shorthalt of Scarab. Okay. They have, mentioned him before, but I don't think he's ever had art. This is the first time I'm seeing this guy. He's kinda cool. How did Shorthalt... Ooh, sudden coughing. How did Shorthalt come to this? He still remembers the day he left the squad, when the scared Commandant Valeria called him into the operation room for a confidential mission. Project Cathilla. What's so important about a crazy project that was terminated long ago? That theory and experiment might have been unthinkable during the Golden Age, but it's different for Ascendants. Hetero creatures provided new possibilities. Any news? Yeah, and here's what we got from the Science Council and the Purifying Force. Hetero creatures are spouting new variations, namely, this is Yata and she just became playable on the Chinese server. That's wild. She's shown up once before. I don't remember where she showed up. Yeah, she just got made playable on the Chinese server. She's a lightning tank, I think? And she's very punchy with those big arms. Give me the gist. I can't handle lengthy reports. The brass wants us to scope out these spots for anyone the Purifying Force is after. She taps the terminal screen on the table with her fingertips. Why can't the Purifying Force handle it themselves? Those folks are all about secrecy, darting from one spot to the next. So they've got stealth scouts among them. Exactly. Which is why this stays between us. We're hitting the road in 2 hours, splitting up and sharing any intel pronto. I've got a hunch someone's about to strike gold. Stay sharp, Short Halt. Don't go poking your head out of a manhole only to stumble upon a bunch of ascendants worshipping the red tide. Like that would ever happen to me. Shiva's gut feelings are always dead on. It happened to him. Just as she foresaw, that nondescript spot turned out to be one of Lithos' bases, where Short Halt was caught in an ambush during his investigation. Barely dodging the trap, he was double-crossed by a defector, pretending to help, sending him back into the abyss. I would love it if I could speak. To bait Valeria into a rescue, the defector scattered his severed limbs in conspicuous spots, while Lithos kept him captive. After waking from a long coma, he has spent ages rummaging through piles of rubble for spare parts and weapons, hunting for an escape route. In this twisted maze, he has wandered for endless days, losing track of time. Short Halt briefly puts down his weapon, leans against the corner, and slips a liquor-filled peppermint candy from the bottom of his pocket into his mouth. Valeria had given it to him before they split up. She knows Short Halt has a soft spot for these little treats, though she isn't one to dole them out herself. This mission's dicey. Don't get stuck in a fight too long. If there's no progress in 3 days, come back, and we'll brainstorm a fresh strategy. You're not brushing off Shiva's words, right? I won't return empty-handed. Fine. If you're missing in 3 days, I'll send Wanshi that video of you cuddling a medic bot, sloshed. That was the parting shot from Commandant Valeria. So is this like blackmail, kind of? Wonder if I can score a memory fragment wipe for a friend. Crunching on the sweet, Short Halt gears up for a recon trip down south, only to catch hurried footsteps nearby. In a flash, he's face to face with a somewhat familiar human, trailed by a monstrous hetero creature. It's me, hi! Get down! What the fuck is that? Is that one of the new hetero creatures? He pulls the already weary human into a tight hug. Oh, okay. And then lunges forward to jab the creature with his weapon. Red liquid splatters and the monster drops. What a surprise, finding the Grey Raven Commandant here in this shithole. You're telling me I just got stabbed in the hand with a fork by a weird kid who told me he loved me. And also he tried to feed me an anglerfish. Short Halt? Oh, you know me? I'm flattered. I heard from Bianca that you had passed away. Why are you here? It's a long story. He pulls out a candy from his pocket, contemplating eating it, then tossing it over. Thank you. All Lithos gave me was an anglerfish, and it looked mostly raw. Take it. You'll need the energy. Thanks. No, come on. Be more emphatic about it. Really tell him that you mean it. Had I known there were survivors, I had brought more. He lets out a sigh as he briefly recounts what he went through. The small purple ascendant didn't off me. Just chopped me up and dumped me in a heap of rubble. Okay, but if he chopped you up and dumped you in a heap of rubble, how are you okay now? Who repaired you? Commandant Valeria didn't expect me to be alive, did she? What about you? I briefly recount what I went through. I just woke up. I got kidnapped. Lithos gave me anglerfish. Stabbed me in the hand with a fork. And then I used the fork to break out. Oh, was that what he was doing? Was he scavenging for parts? I forgot already. The transport craft to Babylonia had an accident. No, it didn't have an accident. It had a sabotage. Seems like some folks are driven to desperate measures, willing to do anything. What do you mean? Those who escaped the purifying force. How long have you been stuck here? Hard to say. Time doesn't seem to exist in this place. I figure it's been over a month. Most of it spent knocked out cold. Any luck finding a way out in that time? Transport vehicles bring people in every now and then, but they're heavily guarded by ascendants and all sorts of hetero creatures, making them tough to approach. And lately, those vehicles have vanished altogether. Is always this chaotic here? Chaotic doesn't even begin to describe it. You see those illusion-like doors and floors, too? Yeah. Fuck me. This place is like a maze, with doors floating all over leading to who knows where. Some are labs, others are orphanages. There are even underground waterways. I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. But since you can see them too, it means this place has some serious, real-world simulation going on. Maybe it's tied to Lithos. Or maybe it's because I'm undergoing mindification. Yeah, Lithos has been popping up a lot lately. Every time I run into her, she pulls some slick move and vanishes, neither attacking nor letting me attack. I hate to bring this up, but Lithos is a guy. Believe it or not, when I'm at my lowest, she shows up to lend a hand, like I'm her pet or something. Yep, that's him. That's his style. Right, hate to be that guy, but that's a dude. Can't trust a word that guy says. You'd be smart not to take his words at face value. Wait, so do you know that's a guy? Are you going back and forth with the pronouns? She's all about deception and manipulation, so watch your back. Can't believe she fed you that line about Grey Raven already rescuing your clone. Total hogwash. You've only been gone a few days, and your clone couldn't have grown up that fast and fooled Grey Raven, could it? Gender fluid. Is that what this water is? Gender fluid? Maybe that's why Lithos is here. Gotta drink up all of that. Maybe that's the potion they're giving me. It's gender fluid. Oh my god. But does that mean that becoming an ascendant is just transcending gender? It can't be that simple. Even if those researchers have a way to speed up a clone's growth, it couldn't be that rapid. True enough. You've got a point. Plus, I'm me. I know that I'm me, 'cause I'm me. Right? Yeah. Since we seem to be in this together, I've got a favor to ask. Go ahead. Connect to my mind. I've been wandering around here for so long, my mind is turning into mush. Sure thing. With the mind connection established, Short Halt lets out a long sigh of relief. This is making me wonder if he's going to become playable someday. Because, I mean, a lot of NPCs, or a lot of playable characters used to be NPCs, so it could happen. It's not off the table. Ugh, that's much better. Weirdly intimate? I think that's just how being a commandant is. It's always weirdly intimate. We're kind of fusing our minds a little bit. We're doing a mind meld. Your mind beacon feels different from Commandant Valeria's. It's because I'm cool. I mean, she's cool too. I just mean, they tell me I'm really good at this. Why are you looking at me? Oh my god. What are you implying? Oh my god. I mean, you're right, though. Every time I connect with her, I feel this restlessness. Like I want to pick a fight with someone. That's news to me. Does that mean Valeria is just angry? Angry. Your mind beacon has this calmness that's way beyond your years. We should take it slow and not rush into things, which suits me just fine. Oh, so you think I'm comforting? Okay. Okay. I can work with this. He chuckles heartily, giving you a friendly pat on the back with his big hand. I feel normal about this. Oh, shut up. Or don't. It's okay. This is fun. This is great. There's always something happening. There's always something happening in this game. Ow, ow, ow. A friendly pat on the back. Ow! Oh, sorry about that. Didn't realize you were hurt. I told you I got stabbed in the hand. Shorthalt regards you, whom Commandant Valeria had described as someone noteworthy, with the kind of look one gives to a patient. Okay, but how much of you saying there's something homoerotic here is just because I'm here? Because I'm one of the people. You're a lot different from what I imagined. I thought you'd be more of a tough-as-nails soldier type. But hey, when you're stuck in a place like this, you gotta face reality. I know. It's... For now, let's treat you like someone who's wounded. Take it easy and don't push yourself too hard like you used to. Keep that in mind, okay? I am someone who's wounded, so don't just treat me like someone who's wounded. I guess, yes, treat me like someone who's wounded, because that's an accurate description. Got it. Thanks. So, what's the plan now? Can you reach out to the outside world? My terminal got tossed ages ago, along with all that junk in the disposal channel, and turned into scrap metal. Yours probably met the same fate. But I've got a tiny micro-terminal. Lee gave it to me for emergencies. It's hidden in the hem of my jacket, and might still be there unnoticed. Even if there's no signal 5,000 meters under the sea, there might be some messages on the terminal that could come in handy. Lee's someone else who I have homoeroticism with. Mythos was the one who shared the information, so it might not be accurate. And here I was wondering why you were dressed so lightly. Turns out you got stripped down. Who did that? Who did that to me? I mean, I guess I was comatose for a week, but like still. Who did that? I did not give consent. Let's not say things that could be taken the wrong way. Alright, let's head back and find it. There might be some usable weapons in that pile of debris. Better than you going unarmed. Alright. But until then, you could just protect me with your manly arms. Missing mermaid. Back to Lamia. On the Ascendant side, Lamia has also vanished, disguised as Lily. I need sexy help. And no other help will do. Oh no, I'm just a cute little girl. I'm just baby. Don't hurt me. How did things end up like this? Before this mess, Lamia was just settling into her new frame adjusted by Luna, happily carrying out her mission. Luna. The Ascension Network has changed by that tower's influence. Not just binding me, but affecting every Ascendant connected to me. You being here, safe and sound, is because after Sis broke free, I used the powers I'd just acquired to temporarily halt the anomaly within all of you. I get it, Luna. What's our next move? This power won't last long, so we need to find a way to fully pass through the refiltering. Refiltering? Is that what's messing up the Ascension Network? Yeah, it's evolving, and we need to keep up with it. Are other agents dealing with the same problem? Vonnegut is feeling the effects too, but he has his own ways to deal with it. Lamia, since I can't move freely, the task of investigation falls to you. Accept my power, and the Ascension Network's blessing once more. I'll help upgrade your frame, like the mermaid in fairy tales, giving you legs to walk freely. Really? That's right, Lamia. Step forward and place your hand on the heteromer that binds me. She steps forward eagerly, but suddenly stops. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just... Lamia, you've proven yourself. It's just... I have regained some memories, and remembered the meaning of this mermaid tale. Luna falls silent for a moment. In that case, why not try to keep them all? Is that possible? Those who can control humanoid hybrid frames have a more stable mind than others. As long as you can control it freely, switching between forms won't be an issue. Really? Then, can I ask for one more thing? Lamia, once disheartened, now glimmers with anticipation. What is it? Give me a glow-up. Give me the biggest glow-up you've ever seen. When I have legs, can I be a bit taller? Girl, you're already huge! Straying too far from your human form increases the risk of destabilizing your mind. Lamia swishes her tail against the floor behind her. How much taller are we talking about? 170 centimeters? do not push it. Your new frame is ready. Like a reborn mermaid, Lamia eyes her legs in amazement, taking a few tentative steps around like a child. Thank you, Luna. I never thought I'd receive such a precious gift. Consider it an advance on your reward. But remember, this frame upgrade is like Cinderella's magic. It'll stop working as my power wanes. If I fully merge with the punishing virus and lose myself, you'll also lose your ascendant status. Not only will the frame fail, but you'll also become just another corrupted. You will not be able to kill and reshape yourself over and over like my sister, nor do you have a sister to share the Ascension Network burden with. If you can't find a solution and want to stay alive, it's best to seek refuge with another agent sooner rather than later. No, you're the one who saved me. I don't really click with the other agents. It's better I just stick with you. Alright. Since you've made up your mind, you're in charge of gathering intel. Okay. What about Roland? He has acquired a new weapon and already set off. Lamia has been wandering without much luck since then. What's Lithos up to? And what's that agent planning? Even posing as Lillian, an acquaintance of Lithos, Lamia struggles to find clear info. When she reaches out to past partners for leads, they are either clueless or are too busy with their own stuff after having achieved their goals. The rest have gone quiet since Fort Winter fell. Recently, Lillian, out of contact for months, finally sent a message. Is this the spot? Oh, so Lillian really exists. This whole time I thought she was just a cover for Lamia. Ah! I didn't mean to do that! No! I don't want to skip! Is this the spot? Yep, that's it. Lithos is cooking something up. They've been moving supplies and construct remains around at night. Lots of constructs and humans went down together, and none of them have returned. Alright, I'll go check it out. Be careful. Their unguarded moves mean they've likely got a defense plan in place. And unless something unexpected goes down, this'll probably be my last message to you. Are they watching Dark Aries too closely? No. Being watched like this, I'm kinda relieved. I can't leave, which means they can't pile on more missions for me. I'm tired. I just want to stick around with Dark Aries. This isn't the first time you've said that. Yeah, I know. Lillian sighs through the line. I've always had this wish, but it never seems to come true. I've lost the right to dream of a peaceful life long ago. Ever since they took me away from the orphanage, it's been one nightmare after another. Following orders, hopping from one squad to another, then engineering accidents to silence those who knew too much or were in the way. Or sneaking into places as a kid to do someone in. It's been a real drain. Living under the watchful eyes, guarded like I'm in a cage. It's strange, but I actually find some relief in it. Funny enough, the one least likely to suspect me around in Dark Areas is Commandant Simon. Did he not notice a thing? Not even when he got caught because of you? Yeah. The other two in the squad are more laid back, especially Palma. She doesn't even bother to maintain a friendly semblance. Since that whole mess, his relationship with Noan has been a bit rocky. At least that's how it seems to me. She closes her eyes, her face betraying a concern that seems out of place for her age. I'm fed up with all of this. I can't bear to betray anyone's trust again. So, do you hate Ascendants now? Have you given up on working with us? Why the sudden interest in that? Just thought of a few things. You seem different after being gone for a while. It's like that desire to live in the moment is gone. The desire to live in the moment? You know, I often felt like the you from the past was trapped in the present, burdened more by the role of an Ascendant than by the experience gained from memories. Now, you're starting to question the meaning and morality of these roles, aren't you? Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. What about you? How do you see me? Lemia struggles to find the right words, unable to come up with a fitting description. She met Lillian 6 years into her life as an Ascendant, amid the rubble of a battle-ravaged collapse. They helped each other escape the danger and began their simple exchanges. Lillian provides her with intelligence from Babylonia, and if needed, she sacrifices her own identity to help Lamia blend in. In return, Lamia assists when Lillian faces foes she can't handle alone. Just everyday tasks, so normal they hardly seem worth mentioning. It isn't her first time teaming up with someone outside the Ascendants. Most people treat Ascendants with caution, their every word laden with ulterior motives. But Lillian is different. Despite not knowing each other deeply, they are equals. Lillian has to rely on her seemingly youthful and gentle appearance, playing the role of an assassin while posing as a support-type construct. She cries out in anguish and reluctance as she commits vile acts, putting down the villains she despises amidst mocking and jeering. No matter how many times she talks about shedding her dual identity, she always finds herself back in Lamia's company. Even if one day her squad uncovers her origins, the blood on her hands must remain a secret. For Lamia, there's a certain allure in adopting Lillian's ordinary identity. Unwatched, unthreatened, not treated as an outsider, she can temporarily set aside the complexities of Ascendant missions and engage in simple conversations with others. Listening to their chatter about family, food, and leisure, griping about missions and teammates, helps while away the long nights. Of course, when reporting to Luna, she mostly claims to be actively searching for individuals who could pass the filtering. But if she was really doing her part, Roland wouldn't be working so hard. Lamia... Before Lamia can respond, Lillian speaks up. Meeting you in that accident and maintaining this connection has never been a burden for me. It's impossible for me to dislike you. But living in constant fear is truly torturous. However, they both know this won't be their final collaboration. After bidding farewell to Lillian, Lamia ventures alone into Lithos' bases, following the address from the intel. Initially, things go smoothly. She conceals her presence, shadowing defectors transporting supplies and infiltrating the prison in the base's depths. Though called a prison, the doors are mostly unlocked, resembling a peculiarly designed hotel where guests can come and go freely. Just as Lamia is about to uncover the mysteries of this place, Loki charges at her like a whirlwind, detecting her invisible presence. Exposed, Lamia becomes Loki's primary target. Despite Luna's enhancements to her frame, Lamia's instinct to flee kicks in. She tries to pass herself off as Lillian, familiar to Lithos, but Loki, unable to distinguish friend from foe, pursues her with eerie roars. Where's Voodoo? Why is it always Loki? Having lurked around Lithos for days, Lamia quite understands Vonnegut's interns. Normally, another consciousness, Voodoo, would emerge to restrain Loki. But now, this rampaging woman seems to have lost all reason, charging wildly through corridors populated by humans and regular constructs. People in the cages quickly retreat and lock themselves in. Lamia realizes these cells are for self-protection. Now there is one way out to shun the prospects of combat. She changes her appearance several times and flees through the winding corridors until finally shaking off Loki and hiding in a debris container with some space left. We can't let Loki break free again. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerges from a side door. Sorry. A woman, unfamiliar to Lamia, steps past Cinderella to face Loki's attack head-on. I don't think I've seen her before. I don't know who that is. Intruders! Die! Is Loki's frenzied state a side effect of the refiltering? Or has she undergone some modifications by someone? Loki's mind seems even more chaotic than before. Kill them! Kill her! The researchers never anticipated that separating you would lead to this. She shows no fear, leaping through the air to hit the emergency control switch on the second-level platform. Lamia feels chaotic currents surge around her as her mind, along with the debris inside the container, fades into darkness. Voodoo! Yes. Oh, so that's Voodoo. Okay, because they used to both be in one body, but now they're not. Okay, interesting. The one called Voodoo shows no mercy, using all her strength to knock her once inhabited body out of the air. There's no other way. Bind her. We need to check on those in the cages. They're Lithos' guests. Harming them would anger him. The one-winged girl hurries toward the crowd. Would you let Loki go with me? Staying here, she might still... Sure. Voodoo answers tersely, hoisting that battered body onto her shoulder. After coexisting in the same body for so long, won't you try to retain her a bit longer? I don't know what to say to make her stay. That mind separation experiment, it changed you both, didn't it? This is the last sight Lamia sees before losing consciousness. When she awakes, Lamia finds herself transported along with the containers to Lithos' largest secret base, trapped at the bottom of the dark sea like a fish in a pit. Long after, she recalls this moment, remembering what Cinderella looked like right before her complete demise. Right now, though, she is completely unaware. Now, Lamia finds herself navigating through dimly lit alleys, looking for an exit. What is this place? How can she get out? Lamia ponders silently, her mind racing with questions. All she can glean from Cinderella's cryptic remarks is that this location has ties to Lithos. She recalls Lillian's words about her shared time with Lithos in neighboring orphanages. To play it safe, I'll stick with Lillian's appearance. Even if I run into someone, they shouldn't immediately see me as a threat. Right? Lamia, concealed behind her disguise, heaves a deep sigh. All right. Focus on finding a way out first. The sky is the sea? I heard a little beep. What was that? Ooh, carousel. Is there really nothing wrong here? That little thing is leading me to the enemies. Is it the defense system of this place? Are these the sea fairies? No, they're abyss angels. Oh god.
Get out of my sight!
Seems like someone used to live around here. Nameless letter 3. I have nothing to put on the paper, so I'll just write about my friend Jane. She worked as a maintenance technician for central purification filters. After her persistent efforts, her request for supplies and a rebuilding team was finally approved on her 44th birthday by Babylonia. This allowed her and her friend to return to the conservation area where she used to live. That wasn't an ideal place to live in, particularly for the elderly and vulnerable, but she was determined to rebuild it. She believed that the aftermath of the Puglia Forest Park disaster still lingered and felt a personal responsibility to contribute, especially considering it was where her husband had lost his life while protecting her when the calamity erupted. Following that, we didn't communicate for about 6 months. When I heard from her again, it was about the untimely death of her friend under mysterious circumstances. He vanished while sitting in the CPF, only to be found 10 miles away, with half his body devoured by hetero creatures. Jane always said it was no accident. According to her, someone coveted the rebuilding project and sought to take control after realizing it wasn't as perilous as rumored. She and her friend had rejected them, and shortly after, the unfortunate incident occurred. As the task of managing the entire rebuilding team became overwhelming, Jane eventually still agreed to collaborate with others. However, a person aware of the inner workings, a remnant of the past like her, was nothing but an eyesore to them. They would sneer at her, questioning how her friend could have died if she had been diligently watching over the CPF. They would mockingly remark that if she had agreed earlier and with more people involved, his death could have been avoided. It seems there's a second page of this letter. There's a little glimmery thing over here. Maybe... Oh, but I don't know if I can't go over this. Oh! A handle. Something seems to be missing. The gate won't open. There's a round groove on it. Okay. Find a key. A little horse floating on the red tide? Would this wooden horse have something to do with that handle? Yay, it's working. Alright, new area opened. Oh, I can still go in the water. Maybe that's how I get over here. No, I don't see it. Oh, yeah! Aha! Ha-ha! Another letter. Nameless letter 4. Gradually, Jane's authority was undermined, and they eventually changed the access level of her card. Whenever she approached the CPF, others would dismiss her, saying either, "Leave it to us, Jane," or "We are professionals. Just leave it, Jane." I suggested she leave the place, but she said she was old and could get precise things wrong, which would make it harder for her to find another technician job, so it's better to stick with technique management. Moreover, that conservation area was her home. In order to gain acceptance from the team that treated her as an outsider, Jane discovered that the leader covered an antique painting from the Golden Age, and that she could use it to her advantage. I'm still unsure how she managed to get her hands on that painting. The last time we met, she had lost 4 teeth, yet she cheerfully told me that the painting had been given away. The boss was going to refuse, but eventually took it upon feeling her sincerity. I've never seen her after that, except to learn of her tragic fate. On the morning the rebuilding of the conservation area was completed, she jumped from the roof. When I rushed there, her blood was already gone, covered by the red carpet where the host stood during the rebuilding celebration. I couldn't understand what exactly happened to her, as she couldn't understand why her friend was found dead 10 miles away. But now I get it. That's why I'm here. Let me in. Let me in the water. Come to think of it, does that mean there's something I can get to on this side? No, it's just connected. And there, I don't see anything I can interact with. But I do need to go over there too, apparently. There used to be a lot of people here, I guess. Nameless letter 1. The long-haired ascendant gave us some paper to write down things we want to remember, because we might lose some memories after being reborn by Mother. It was nice of him, but since I'm taking the submarine back tomorrow, there's nothing I really want to leave behind. I'll just write about what has happened these days for those to come. My friend has already been given birth to by Mother, and become one of the sea fairies. He still remembers me, and even all the details from our childhood. But, well, I feel like he's changed. He used to be humble and timid, but now he's unbearably arrogant, like someone who's just hit a jackpot. I asked him what happened, and he said he now understands things he couldn't before, and is no longer afraid of the unknown or his own powerlessness. Isn't that just being arrogant? It annoyed me just looking at him, so I told the Ascendant that I wanted to quit and go back. I didn't expect him to agree, but he did anyway, and even arranged a submarine for me. I thought a cult leader guy like him wouldn't have let anyone leave easily, but he said it was unnecessary. I get him. It's not like the world will end without me. I don't have much else to share since I slept on the way. Everything just doesn't feel real. Even if I tell other people, they'll think I'm crazy. Especially when I talk about Mother. I always dream of her during my sleep here. It feels like I can forget about all the bad things just by looking at her. I'll miss her. Ah!
Quiet! It hurts.
Ooh. Ooh! Half a round thing! Half of an iron disc. The other half seems to be missing. Oh, hopscotch. Oh, okay, No? Okay, I opened the door by playing hopscotch. Yay. Half of an iron disc. Should be able to open that gate with another half. Is there a nameless letter 2 somewhere? I haven't seen it. Is there something in the water there? What's that? Ah? Ah? What did I get? I got something. No, the other half of the round thing was over here. In the water was something else. This place looks more and more like a virtual reality game hall. Did Lithos provide these things for people for entertainment? Wait, that's... That's what? Stir of ingredients. The ingredients, originally scattered everywhere, are driven by their own intentions, converging at this very place. I have no idea what that means. Lamia glances around, observing the red tide projections murmuring like souls in the river Styx. People with a stable mind. They're scarce now. Most of them already assigned. Their voices, barely coherent, pique Lamia's curiosity, prompting her to move closer to make out their words. He and the agent behind him are clutching onto Fort Winter's data. If we don't find what he's searching for, we're toast. Testing the stability of the mind is too risky. It could drive someone insane. Even the Science Council hasn't dared a major filtering for mind stability. And now, they want us to conduct covert tests for mind stability? We don't have that capability. We can only target those with existing records, like Grey Raven's Lucia. No chance. You can only copy the original mind. She's already a clone. Doing it again would wipe out her self-consciousness. Or are you suggesting taking her original self? Are you willing to risk that many lives? What about Liv? Didn't we say to make a copy of her mind when they made the Imperia frame? We were blocked. They said it violated regulations. Now her mind is damaged, so copying it wouldn't meet the standard. We'll consider it if there's no other option. That leaves Lee as the best option. But it's all talk. Anyone fitting the criteria is with their own squad. We can't make a move. What about the Grey Raven Commandant? No matter how powerful, the Commandant is still human. The Ascendants have mentioned it several times. Think carefully. Once you do this, there's no turning back. Why are we cooperating with Lithos? To survive. But continuing these unauthorized tests will eventually expose us. So, no one cares about him. His background's a mystery. It doesn't matter if he dies. It's one less problem for the higher-ups. He's a member of a reserve elite squad, but you talk about him like he's desperate like us. He's undergone the mind stability test and served as a guinea pig for the experiment's improvements. If this were anyone else, they'd be labeled high risk. His cooperation shows he's been ignored and has no choice. He wasn't driven mad by that test? Can he really be used? It was done by the Science Council, so it's safer than ours. But if he could be used, why didn't Lithos keep him? When you clone a mind, the clone's memories are stamped right there at the moment of duplication. Lithos must have been tinkering with his memories, biding his time, you know? It's a real hassle having to tweak them repeatedly, but... ugh, such a pain. These red tide projections are a whole new breed. They are more fleshed out, even engaging in basic conversations. Is this the next step of their evolution? Or did Lithos just stick his nose in this one aspect? Protecting Fort Winter. Desperate people. Did these conversations happen before that cryptic tower showed up? It just matches what Lillian mentioned. How does it tie into the whole refiltering of the Ascension Network? Lamia extends her hands, aiming to suss out more from the projections, when a loud click comes from above. A massive cage descends from the sky, trapping her before she can escape. Is that Lithos? Has he found her? Hello? Lithos? Lamia timidly pleads, rattling the cage bars. Lithos? It's me, Lillian. I didn't mean to barge in. I just want out. She rambles on to thin air until she catches distant footsteps drawing near. Lillian, what brings you here? Was that racket you're doing? Lithos observes from a distance, icy demeanor intact. I had a mission that required getting close to your base, handed down by them. But I ran into Loki, who looked not like her usual self, and knocked me out. I found myself here when I came to my senses. I didn't mean to barge in. Can you help me out? Sorry, I can't do that anymore. Looks like it's time to bid adieu, Lillian. Despite knowing you for ages, we've never really had a proper chat. Hey! You successfully reunited. Again. Again? He eyes you next to Shorthalt and inches closer. Lillian? What's the call, Grey Raven Commandant? Smash him, Shorthalt! Shorthalt heeds the call, seizing his weapon and lunging forth. But just as he takes a step, the ground erupts beneath him, spewing forth a giant pool of red tide, morphing into an impassable toxic spring. Shorthalt is about to strike again when Paper Crane morphs into a colossal mecha, emitting a deafening roar, swiftly ensnaring Shorthalt and pinning him down. If you don't want the red tide showing beneath you, don't move. I told you. I never got a fair go at Lithos, but you had me charge in. You didn't exactly object. How could I defy a superior's orders? Especially coming from the legendary Commandant. Shape up! Well, sorry. Opportunities with folks like this are fleeting. Why is the floor gone all red tide? It's not the floor that's gone red tide. It's the protective barrier keeping you safe from it that's vanished. So, the red tide springs forth. A protective barrier? You mean this floor? More than that. I spent ages aiding Cathilla in crafting her cradle. Had you woken up a bit earlier, I'd happily explain where each comes from, how it's assembled, and what it's for. But now... Lithos hurries over, handing a vintage revolver to you. I guess I'll wait and see what he's up to. He clasps your hand as if to soothe, gently caressing the back of your hand without touching the wound. The smell of lilies mixed with a hint of blood wafts over you as Lithos draws closer. These wounds aren't going to heal right in this brutal setting. He speaks like he can't care less. But I can't just go easy on you because you're hurt. It's time for some payback. You... Don't fret. I'm not going to lay a finger on you. Never would. He steadies your hand, aiming the gun at Lillian, stuck in that cage up ahead. A game must have some challenge to it to be fun, you know? Too many companions just makes it boring. So, take aim at the one who's least likely to help you break free. Hold up! Why is it gotta be like this? Wondering why she's here, huh? Because she's a defector. We go way back. Childhood buddies. Back when Lillian lived over at the orphanage nearby. No, it's just... I got caught up in all this. Then, Did you finish the job I gave you?
What?
Huh? Sorry. I've been under surveillance and couldn't slip away. You see? She's just a defector. A liability to your cause. She won't be of any help in your getaway. Amidst the clash between Lithos and Lillian, Shorthalt discreetly works his longsword into the joints of Paper Crane, struggling to break free from its grip. Catching your eye, he shakes his head, silently signaling that he needs more time. Come on, pull the trigger. Once she's out of the way, the gun's yours to keep. You'll need a weapon, won't you? You've got it all wrong, Lithos. The one standing in the way of escape now isn't Lillian. It's me. Don't move. You, being hailed as a hero by everyone, ought to value your own life more. You said you didn't want me to die. So, you're willing to risk yourself as the wager? So, my words actually resonated with you. He watches as your finger hovers over the trigger, a smirk tugging at his lips as he relaxes his grip on your wrist. Grab Lithos and fire at him. Okay! The close hoarder's hold makes escape seem impossible, but his naturally nimble and slender body still manages to evade your fatal shot. Bullets whiz toward Lithos in quick succession as he nurses the wound on his arm and swiftly retreats. Countless punishing virus particles coalesce into sharp needles, tearing through your sleeve and grazing the skin underneath in a fleeting warding. Just as he focuses all his attention on you, a solid kick from behind hits Lithos. Paper Crane? Shorthalt leaves his longsword embedded in the joint of Paper Crane. It won't hold much longer. You know what to do! With mere seconds to spare, you seize upon Shorthalt's diversion to make a dash toward the cage ensnaring Lillian. Stay back, Lillian!
Got it!
You aim at the lock of the cage, firing off the last 2 bullets. Kick open the iron door. Bleh! That's my kick sound. Bleh! It's not very dignified. Paper Crane, stop Lillian! Enough already. A fine lady should know where to draw the line. Huh? Shorthalt's hefty sword once more collides with the metallic grin of Paper Crane, both sides stumbling back from the impact. Let's make a break for it! There's an exit over here! Got it. The 3 of you waste no time lingering for battle, darting through the door that mysteriously appeared at top speed. After traversing the tunnel behind the door, taking a steep descent, and navigating through 3 areas, you squeeze into a narrow passageway. Keep moving. Don't stop for the rubble. I'll lead the way. But I just came from there! Sorry, we need to scavenge for supplies. After numerous grueling skirmishes, the 3 of you finally slip into a corridor strewn with debris and discarded items. I'm completely spent. You 3 are utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. I thought the fight would be easier with 2 more people on the team. Commandant without bullets is one thing, but the human's injured. Why couldn't you handle a fight?
I'm just not cut out for combat. I'm a support-type construct.
Due to the significant difference in physique between Lillian and Lamia, taking on her appearance, can only manage basic movements, unable to match Lillian's agility. After triple-checking your surroundings for safety, the group finally relaxes and brings up the temporarily shelved issues. Lillian? Eh?
I just got startled, you know? Since I was being chased a moment ago.
What exactly did you collaborate with Lithos on?
No, I'm innocent.
Tell me the truth.
Well, that is... It's all Kurono's fault. They used Dark Ares as a threat, kidnapped Simon, and even wanted to kill him, demanding that I lure out Noan for a mind replica.
What, Simon too?
But I didn't agree to their demand.
Continue.
And I thought I'd sneak in to rescue Simon. Commandant Simon. But I accidentally fell into their trap.
Acting alone under these circumstances isn't rational. Why not seek help from the Purifying Force?
They threatened me. And I do know Lithos. I was afraid it would come out. But I've chosen a different path from him. It's just because of our past that he can still find me.
In tears, Lamia drew from her memory of Lillian's words, with half of her emotion stemming from genuine fear, and the other half from acting.
These years, I've been trying to escape this relationship, but it's always been used against me as blackmail. I never intended to harm Commandant Simon. Not even a bit.
That's why I find those who wouldn't draw the line so annoying. What do you think I should do? Continue questioning Lillian? Or clarify how Lithos identifies with Shorthalt? I'm gonna do the second one, it's funnier. Hearing your words, Shorthalt ponders with a complex expression for a moment. Well, I thought that was how Lithos preferred to be identified, given the way he presents himself, though he only dresses as a woman in memory of someone dear. Oh, okay. Okay! Even if he's an enemy, that's not where our conflict lies. It's not because he's a man that he's locked us up here. But why did he ask you to draw out Noan from Dark Ares? Damn! Shorthalt's an ally! Oh my god!
I heard it's to gather sufficiently stable minds, which must be related to his plan.
Wow! Oh my god! Indeed, he mentioned this to me as well.
I repeat Lithos' words to everyone.
Project Cathilla. This antique from the Golden Age is actually related to his pipe dream.
Project Cathilla?
You don't know?
I have only heard a little about it from others.
The project began with the digitization of minds, a time when people were obsessed with uploading mind data, with technology advancing rapidly in this area. Scientists weren't content with a digital world of nothingness. They wanted to provide a vessel for the mind data, achieving immortality for both body and mind.
I know. This was the prototype of the current mind and construct tech.
Correct. Project Cathilla predates construct tech, originating from mind digitization technology. Back then, construct tech was still in its infancy, and most subjects placed in frames struggled to maintain stable consciousness, resulting in gruesome outcomes. A small group of scientists involved in the mind digitalization experiment branched out to embark on new explorations. Can a person tuned into mind data ever revert to a flesh and blood human? Can mind data technology overcome fatal injuries and incurable diseases? Or can it grant humans immortality through rebirth? That's the goal of Project Cathilla, where scientists hoped to resurrect the dead in a mother's womb through cloning and mind backups. In the end, it remained a theoretically feasible but practically impossible fairy tale. Until now. If it involves ascendance. If it's about combining the mind with hetero creatures, we've already seen many cases that nearly succeeded. The disaster-bringing twins, the hetero-humanoid Chico, hetero-sapiens, hosts, and the red tide projections bearing the dead's memories. These ascendants. Shorthalt slams the wall in anger, startling Lillian into a shiver. So, Lithos wants all those stable minds to reshape those poor souls into monsters like the twins through Cathilla, huh? The arrival of that thing could trigger severe disasters. We can't afford to lose the hope that tower has finally brought us. Is Lithos' plan really just that? Would creating beings like the twins be enough to pass through the Ascension Network's filtering? You three sit in a dimly lit room, exchanging silent glances. What should we do now? We must stop Lithos at all costs.
I think maybe we should try to escape first.
You've seen the condition of this place. To escape, we must first stop Lithos. Exactly. Although Lithos himself isn't much of a fighter, this is his turf, and everything here serves him.
Doesn't that make him even harder to beat? We're all injured.
Don't worry. There are 3 of us. With a well-planned strategy and coordination, we can win. But this battle will be tough. We'll pay a heavy price, and we won't be able to handle more fights after. There's only one chance. Fail, and we die.
Another thing. Lithos is also a beneficiary of mind duplication. It's very likely that there are mind backups here.
Right, almost forgot about that. That complicates things. We only have one shot, but he can respawn.
We need to destroy Lithos' mind backups first. Then we can kill Lithos for good. But where exactly are Lithos' mind backups?
You 3 fall into silence once again. I'm remembering something.
Shorthalt extends his hand, outlining a rough map on the floor.
There are some mechanisms hidden in the plaza with the carousel. I've seen Lithos sneak in there.
Sneak in?
Yes. He was constantly on alert while entering. I think it's worth investigating. That place is very important, at least to him.
Have you been inside?
Yes, I saw many red tide projections in buildings there. It's hard to tell if they're real or not. It was like a corridor crafted from memories. As soon as I got there, my mind deviated. My head throbbed with pain, and hallucinations appeared. That indeed seems to be Lithos' most heavily defended spot. Let's investigate there, now that we've established a mind connection. Okay, but there's another problem. The layout here is too complex. Every door leads to the unknown, like a virtual reality gaming center. If we're going, we must be prepared to get lost. Make sure to pack enough supplies. It will take us at least 20 hours to find that place. Understood. Lillian, you should also establish a mind connection with me. There's no need. I'm not quite comfortable with it. Lamia retreats in fear, worried that once the connection is established, the person in front of her will detect her real identity. Not quite comfortable? Yeah, I'm just not used to connecting with an unfamiliar commandant. If I really can't hold on, I'll call out for help. Let's not do this for now. Be sure to let me know if you can't hold on. Okay. Alright. Have we rested enough? Let's start looking for stuff. You'll need weapons, and your injuries need wound gel. It'd be good to search for serums and food as well. And my jacket. Your jacket? Yeah. My jacket may have a terminal Lee left in it. Is there any way to identify it? It has the Grey Raven emblem. Even the jacket of a commandant in elite squad is customized and has the team emblem on it. Alright, let's get to work. Well, this is an unlikely crew. If together. Mostly, she's just grateful to get to blend in, to hide behind her false identity, even for just a little longer, before her lies are uncovered. On April 15th, the Grey Raven Commandant has been missing for a full 15 days, and the entire squad has calmly been in a berserk state for 15 days. This elite squad has endured hardships unimaginable to ordinary people, and has steeled themselves for the painful farewells that death may bring. But there's always a consensus in their hearts that if that day must come, it should be on the battlefield or by the aging commandant's bedside. They believe that death is simply a spectator to their shared endeavor for a common purpose until the end of life. They hope to be there in the last moment with their commandant, witnessing the departure of a brilliant soul, even amidst unbearable pain. On top of this, they long for a proper farewell ceremony for their revered commandant. It just shouldn't have happened on that day, in that way. A part of their heart was swept away by fate just after a simple goodbye, plunging into the red tide corrupted river, into the whirlpool of malice and greed. Our mission must come to an end today. The Strike Hawk captain stands in a corner of the ruins, sending data from his terminal to Lucia. Next, we must head to the Antarctic to investigate the abnormal gathering of the punishing virus. An abnormal gathering? I see. That's no urgent mission. It's just someone trying to waste time and get us out of the way. There's no evidence of that yet. But they have enough motive. Kamu clenches his fist tightly. smashing it against the wall of the ruins beside him. Don't tell me you can't even figure out how that person went missing. Of course I can tell it, but we can't defy orders right now. If we give those people more leverage over us, it will only restrict our freedom to act even more. Are you telling me to... Kamu? Shut up! Let's trust in Grey Raven. They're surely more anxious than we are. The 3 documents I sent to your terminals are the locations we've investigated over these 10 days in cooperation with the Purifying Force. The first document was collected by Wanshe at the temporary base of the defectors in City 075. Even after Agent Luna left her underground base, defectors still lingered nearby. Their main goal was to test the stability of the mind, but due to the lack of safety, many suffered irreversible damage during these tests. The second document was recovered from downstream of the contaminated river. Kamu found records of Lithos and the defectors among the wreckage and used the Purifying Force's equipment. This record confirms your speculation. Ascendants were indeed waiting by the river on the night of April 1st, accompanied by an old man. Bianca is currently searching for information on this old man, but has no distinguishing features and isn't registered, making him hard to locate. Should we ask someone familiar with refugees for information? Like the Forsaken or Noan? Chrome falls silent for a moment. I've been to the Forsaken and got no reliable intelligence. From their attitude, they didn't seem inclined to help. Additionally, another individual appeared at that location 6 hours after the Ascendant left. It was Noan. What? After receiving this information, I went to confirm his whereabouts. He was in the clean zone with the members of Dark Ares that night, corroborated by his squad. To avoid alerting our quarry, I haven't informed anyone about this except for Bianca. I understand. Let's leave it at that for now. The third document pertains to the Scarlet Revelation. Kamui and I, following the leads provided by Grace, revisited the Copperfield Aquarium. There's still an annex there that hasn't collapsed. An annex? You know, the aquarium has 6 floors in total. The top 3 are above water, and the bottom 3 were added later by the Ascendants. Even Grace hasn't been down there. She's only heard rumors about that area. Does that mean the attacks by the hetero creatures and the collapse of the Copperfield Aquarium might have also been to conceal the lower 3 floors? That's a possibility. We found some traces of Project Cathilla and host research there. It used to be an Ascendant research facility, but now it's deserted. I surmise that most of Vonnegut's subordinates are skilled in scientific research. They were involved in Project Winter and turned to hetero creature research after the Red Tide appeared. Our findings are similar to yours. Unexplained disappearances, unauthorized experiments on the stability of the mind. Every time we get close to a clue, the string gets snapped. The staff involved with that transport craft all met with unnatural deaths. It seems someone's been driven into a corner. Also, keep an eye out for any details. The Ascendants are likely plotting something bigger, and it definitely involves an exceptionally stable mind. If casting a wide net doesn't find the target, they'll strike at the obvious candidates. That concludes the mission handover report for Strikehawk. After that, Chrome does not use his usual phrase, "I'll leave the rest to you," during this mission handover. He looks at the 3 members of Grey Raven on the screen, gently lifting his left hand to his right chest, as if to sketch out the other half of the Grey Raven insignia's wing. Strike Hulk is still with Grey Raven. Don't lose hope. Oh my god, thanks, Chrome. Thank you. Thank you. The call ends, and silence returns. If they're looking for someone with a stable mind, why not come for us? Either it's because they're unsure if they can succeed, or it's because we don't qualify. But at least this means the Commandant didn't die in that river. We'll continue the mission. Liv, double check with Simon. I too would like to believe that person wouldn't defect. But sometimes people just don't have a choice. Understood. I'll also keep an extra eye on Noan. Alright. Our next target is in the ruins of the street behind Fort Winter, where someone spotted Lithos. Let's move out. Lucia flicks the vital fluid of the defector off her blade, gripping the handle tightly. I will never give up. I will never accept such an ending. Found it. After 3 hours of searching, you three finally find supplies amongst the wreckage, as well as the jacket bearing the Grey Raven insignia. All of this pile. You quickly pull out the jacket. Okay. With one breath, the jacket is pulled out from under the mountain of debris, and Short Halt lets go of the heavy pile that's been pressing it down, scattering it in the hallway. I'm dead tired. That's the downside of undergoing modifications at an older age. You haven't rested for a long time either. Let me take a break. He slumps to the ground. Lillian, you said you're a support-type construct, and we found medical supplies. You can do sutures and such, right? Go help the Commandant.
Well, I specialize in construct maintenance, so I can only help with basic bandaging.
I don't think Lamia has any training as a support construct. Short Halt sighs, deciding not to push further. Alright, it's all yours. She nods timidly, holding the medical supplies and kneeling at the furthest distance she can manage, as if her entire being refuses to touch you. You don't want to touch me?
No! I just don't really trust my own medical skills.
She moves a little bit closer, reluctantly.
Where are your injuries?
On my hands, my back, and probably on my shoulders, too.
Then let me take a look, okay? Don't look at me, Short Hole.
I feel like that was like that was meant to be like a female answer, but I took it anyway because I have shame. Your wounds. No, wrong voice.
Your wounds? They're serious. A lot of them are festering. Are they caused by the corruption?
Perhaps. The air goes quiet, leaving only the faint noises of Lillian tending to your wounds with gentle care. Her touch is so gentle, like a novice. Skilled medics are confident in their touch, and wouldn't be this cautious. Even someone as gentle as Liv wouldn't hesitate when touching wounds. Stare. Stare. dare! Feeling your questioning gaze again, her movements become even lighter. Is she not used to interacting with strangers? Lamia knows exactly where this skepticism is coming from. If she were using voice input for a text on a terminal now, ellipses would appear twice as much as normal. But she can't control her emotions. Since joining these two, she has been caught between a rock and a hard place. Lithos on one side and humans on the other. All while wearing a form vastly different from her own. One wrong step, and Lamia can be exposed in this isolated place with no escape, doomed to a tragic end, joining the harmonious family of wreckage. How can she not be terrified and cautious? Might as well do what an ascendant should do here. Take advantage of the situation when the two aren't looking and quietly strike. But then she remembers how the human before her, covered in wounds, rescued her from the cage. Even if she were not feeling grateful, who is to say that there will not be another cage in the future? Try to find the terminal in your jacket while you're at it. I'm searching now. Shorthalt sighs wearily, sits up, and starts fiddling with the already damaged terminal in his hands. What are you doing? Just found a few other people's terminals. I'm thinking of dismantling them to reassemble one. I don't expect it to connect to the outside, but it should work in this area. In case we get separated, we can still contact each other through the terminals. Any information can be communicated promptly. Indeed. Thanks for your work. Shorthalt manages a bitter smile as he works on repairing the broken terminals. Valeria always said you were a lucky bastard. Lucky bastard? Yeah. You found the perfect team members right after graduating and survived countless dangers. If you're not lucky, who is? Just don't say it was me who told you. But then, how many of us standing today aren't lucky bastards? He caresses his name tag. They say you graduated as the chief. You must have had a good time in school, huh? So I know canonically, the Commandant graduated top from their class. So... But I'm not gonna take option 2. That sounds a little too confident. Maybe. Why do you ask? Why do you ask? Are you interested in little old me? I was just making conversation. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't press further. I'm finished with the bandaging. It's just basic treatment. It'll have to do for now. If only Liv were here. Commandant, you got wounded this badly again? Though you'd hate to see Liv's distressed face, you know that no ailment would stand in your way if she were here. It's not the time to be thinking about stuff like this. I need to help ease the burden for the others. You wiggle your fingers one by one. Your body is still weak from the intense pain, and you can tell that the medicine is still in effect. Marrow-deep exhaustion overtakes your consciousness. Your strength seems to seep away, and your vision gradually darkens. You fight to grasp at every fleeting glimmer of light in the all-encompassing darkness in an attempt to return to your usual state. No. I can't continue with this negative line of thinking. This isn't what I should be thinking about right now. By the way, did you find your terminal? Yeah, found it just now. Pass me the knife. Short tosses the pocket knife over. You cut open the hem of the jacket to find the micro-terminal lying quietly inside, not fully intact, but still somewhat operational. Beep boop! The screen is pretty much shattered, so you have to fumble around, relying on your memory to find the switch to the operating system. After a lengthy wait, the terminal finally emits a faint notification sound. Verifying identity. Voice print recognition in progress. Approved. Welcome back. You have 27 offline messages. Would you like to play them? Yes. Yes. Come on, Siri. Yes. Lucia's figure appears on the shattered screen.
We're all looking for you, Commandant. No matter where you are now, please, don't give up hope.
Surprise voice acting! Well, shit! Okay. Next is Lee.
I've made the address of this backup terminal public to everyone we can trust. They're all looking for you.
And then comes Liv.
Commandant, we'll never give up until we find you.
As the messages continue to play, the silhouettes and voices of your companions gradually blur and distort due to data corruption. The Strikehawk members are all reporting their search routes, hoping to receive feedback and clues in return. Cerberus has already investigated several bases. Vera even joined the Purifying Force's interrogations. Aside from the absent Dark Ares, most of the squads you're familiar with have sent in intel, inquiries, or at least words of encouragement. The final message is from Vanessa.
Realize it has been already.
Her voice and form barely come through due to all the glitching.
All this time and still no news. If we had followed the usual, we would have already declared you dead. How hilarious, Grace.
She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and, as if in resignation, leaves the terminal on the desk, before sitting down in the corner of the room, shrouded in shadows.
I still remember the graduation ceremony. The way you stood.
Gazing out the window, she brings up past memories, tone as wistful as the drizzling rain, then begins to hum an old tune.
I've imagined countless times how it would be like when you eventually fall from grace. But it would end like this. It doesn't matter anymore. You can't hear me anyway. I'm just rambling for sake. Once your concerns, I'll send and live back to... You'll just be watching from a... seething with jealousy, regretting why you did not...
The message is cut off here. No matter how you try, the terminal gives no response. Okay, Vanessa, rude. I mean, I didn't expect better from you. The school anthem of FOS, huh? He chuckles, as if mocking himself, and passes the makeshift terminal he just assembled over to you. The one you have is broken. Take this. It should work within 100 meters. At least we'll be able to contact each other.
Thanks.
I was trapped in the ruins with Valeria once. She sang this song in front of the campfire as well.
Nimble fingers tuning the terminal, Shorthalt begins to speak of his past memories.
She said that the song was a source of encouragement and comfort for many. Though we may be stranded, the courage our memories give us will keep us going till the moment we're reunited with everyone.
Can we still be reunited with everyone if they're all dead? She whispers to herself, hugging her knees. You've still got us. What?
There's no changing the past, but you have us right now.
Lillian simply finds this statement bitterly ironic. I have you guys right now? Do I really?
She can't even say with confidence that she still has Luna. Let alone Roland and Alpha, who cares about Luna only. Not to mention those people who don't even know her true identity.
The Ascendants around Luna each harbor their own goals and worries. They're all seeking their own redemption, unable to peek into the pasts and thoughts of one another. She once thought that this was the norm, but after regaining her memories and her true self, she realized that the boundless darkness she was used to was in fact an anomaly. As Lillian had said, she was no longer just an ascendant trapped in a cave. She now sees where her own wounds lie. Her mind is constantly spinning, and the world outside the cave has her feeling completely lost.
Do I really? What do you mean by that, huh? What else do you think our friend here was doing? Using up all those bullets just to save you from that cage? You may have lost someone important in the past, I wouldn't know. But either way, we mortals must live in the present. You can't turn back time. None of us can save you if you keep fading into the background and refuse to engage. You'll end up drowning in your own memories.
You have trouble getting along with Simon and Dark Aries? I'll speak to him for you later. No, that's not the problem. Lamia can't help feeling the urge to ask the two in front of her some other questions. For example, what she should do in order to not have to worry about being tossed away once she's no longer useful. How she, as an Ascendant, can get others to accept her for her other part besides her Ascendant identity. And how to get an answer that's not just try harder to increase your value. But she can't bring herself to ask those questions. Instead, she resorts to a seemingly irrelevant one. Earlier, why did you save me? Even if you really did something wrong, you didn't deserve to be killed by an Ascendant just like that. Our priority is to get out of here, not to settle who's the one at fault. Most importantly, you said you refused to work with him. I don't think that was a lie. That statement was indeed not a lie, no matter from Lillian's perspective or Lamia's. Are you sure you really don't mind? I actually... If you really care that much about what happened in the past, I'll help you explain it all to everyone once we're out of here. I'll also tell them about how you've helped us when we were stuck here. It would hopefully lead to a favorable outcome. So, you're not going to arrest me now?
Yeah, let's focus on getting out of here first.
Lillian nods,
feeling a complex mix of emotions washing over her. Mostly, she's just grateful to get to blend in, to hide behind her false identity, even for just a little longer, before her lies are uncovered. Parade of Despair. Ooh. After a grueling 6 hours of non-stop battles, the trio finally reaches the entrance to the passage Shorthalt spoke of. Counting the time spent backtracking through debris for supplies, it's been over 10 hours since you awoke. If everything here is under Lithos' control, how long will it be till his final shot finds you? Something feels off. What's wrong? Things are going too smoothly. Is this really a base of Lithos's? Lamia might not have even noticed herself, but she's becoming a bit more proactive compared to in the beginning. He probably doesn't even care. I've been in the area for almost a month, and it's always been like this. Maybe you're special to him? He clearly wants to kill me, but he hasn't caught up with us yet, nor sent any corrupted to stop us. Besides, the terrain is really complex here, but we managed to find our destination without much problem. That's true. Although I thought we would have at least spent one whole day searching for the right path. Yet we're here already. It's like someone's been guiding us. It's just the three of us here. Who knows? There can very well be someone else in a place like this. For example, a Lithos clone or a ghost of his. Or one of those big guys up there. He points upwards at the swimming whales that clearly don't belong in the sky. There's nothing normal about this place. Or that ascendant. Who in their right mind would decorate their lair with flying whales, right? I don't know, that sounds pretty cool to me. Perhaps it's the physical manifestation of someone's imagination. The amusement park, and these whales, they're like a fantasy from the mind of a child trapped at the bottom of a deep sea. She lifts her head and gazes up at the whales swimming in the sky. Can an Ascendant really do something like this? Ascendants skilled in disrupting others' minds include induce hallucinations using the punishing virus. The hallucinations are usually connected to the memories of the corrupted person and the Ascendant themselves. Sometimes they also use certain special methods. For example, in hospitals and laboratories, there are existing corrupted with similar capabilities. They'd use those methods to set up a fixed illusion, and all nearby constructs would be dragged into that illusion after being corrupted. Designing a massive illusion and inputting it into the mind of a corrupted requires a lot of effort, though. It's usually much easier to use one's own daydreams as a template. It's just that the scope of this place seems to be beyond what can be achieved by corruption alone. It's more like the building itself is a corrupted. Oh God, is this whole thing Cathilla? You seem to know a lot about ascendants. No. I simply heard about it, that's all. It could also be an illusion created by a large number of virtual reality equipment and corrupted. I'm more inclined to believe this explanation. Even during the Golden Age, many themed resorts would use virtual reality equipment as decor. Still, if this is really all a projection, it sure feels real. It's like I'm going insane. Plus, this place is ridiculously vast. Probably bigger than even an aircraft carrier. Could that purple-haired midget really have done all this alone? I don't know if we're allowed to say that anymore. Maybe there are other Ascendants involved. One of Luna's buddies? Huh? No. According to intel, these two agents are barely connected. I think it's highly unlikely. But Lithos is not the only one working under Vonnegut. Cathilla might be here as well. Makes sense. Big sigh of relief from not being discovered. Let's keep going. We can start by investigating that door. Huh? What door? Is there something wrong with your eyes? What? Upon closer inspection, you realize that you mistook the side of a fence for a door. Are you alright? I'm clearly not. Oh. He approaches with concern and grasps your arm with his rough palm. You try your best to hide your fear and disbelief from his scrutinizing gaze. Oh. Really? I can handle a little bit of concern. Your eyes are bloodshot. How long has it been since you last rested? Well, I did just wake up from a week-long coma. Or 2-week-long coma? Something like that. I only just woken up not long ago. This doesn't make sense. Puzzled, he cradles your face in his hands, yet his soft touch immediately sends a sharp pain shooting through your left cheek. Oh my! Oh goodness! I wasn't prepared for this. And my left cheek is where I got cut earlier by the fork thing. So that's why it hurts. And yeah. Oh goodness, he's cradling my face in his hands. Ow! The skin he touched has split open. Blood streams down from the wound and drips onto your chest. Shortholt lets go right away, staring at his hands in disbelief. You touch your cheek wound tentatively, and a whole piece of skin peels off, landing in your palm. What the fuck? Your corruption must be quite severe. The serum shot you got won't last long. But it doesn't add up. If the severity of the corruption were due to the high punishing concentration here, Lillian and I should feel it too. But see, as high as the concentration may be, it shouldn't be causing this much damage so soon. Should I tell them about my abnormal situation? No, they're already treating me as an invalid who needs to be looked after. Telling them would only make them worry more and slow down the whole team. I'm fine. Let's focus on the investigation for now. Proper treatment only comes after we get out. She extends her hand, but hesitates and looks down. What's wrong? Nothing. Forget it. Let's split up and investigate then. Lithos had been through 3 doors in this square, so let's each take one. That should save us some time. Okay, I'll take the door on the far left. Actually, let me take the left one. The previously timid Lillian suddenly blocks the door. I don't really mind, but why? Of course, Lamia can't reveal the truth. She claimed the door on the far left because she sensed a path behind it that's filled with red tide. Neither constructs nor humans can normally enter such a path. This makes it an excellent spot for Lithos to hide his secrets. I guess I just have this feeling in my gut. Like the door might lead to somewhere only someone my size can squeeze through. Or something. Alright, you go left then. For some reason, this seemingly illogical statement immediately convinces Shorthalt. Oh, is he a little stupid? Or does he know what's going on? We gotta trust our guts sometimes, after all. And it's not like the two of us are especially partial toward the left door. Alright then. I'll take the middle. Commandant, you go right. That door doesn't seem very secure, so it's probably less guarded inside. It'd be a better choice for you since you're injured. He points to the door on the far right, making sure that you won't mistake something else for a door once more. I did it one time. In that case, I'll... Wait! I think someone's coming! What? So you had a scouting device on you all along? We'll talk about this later. Hurry and hide! The trio crouch behind the carousel. Soon you hear combat noises from not far away. Fighting in this kind of place. Could there be other survivors? Hard to tell. Let's just wait and see. A moment after the battle noises cease, light footsteps sound from behind the door on the right. Who could it be? You peek out from behind a wooden horse and look toward the cage door. Cleaning complete. No anomalies found. A monster you've never seen before is uttering human language in an elegant voice, struggling with the syllables as it goes. Is this the sea fairy? Darn it. These hetero creatures are becoming increasingly similar to humans. Shh! Lithos still refuses to let us kill Loki. He says Loki is protecting. He just cannot let her go, even though he knows that it does more harm than good. Not worthy to be mother's child. Finished. 4 hours later, you continue cleaning. Understood. Oh fuck! That's Noan, but not Noan, I think. There's 2 Noans running around. I didn't bring that up before, although it did kind of allude to it earlier. The playable Noan, I think, it is the Noan who was found and taken to Babylonia. And then there's this other one who's apparently still with Lithos and, suffering. His eyes were not that color. Nope. Before you can make a sound, the girl next to you gestures desperately, as if it's taking every ounce of her self-restraint to refrain from reaching out and covering your mouth. No! Don't try to get his attention. That's not the real Noan. Just a copy created by Corono. His memories have probably been tampered with as well. He definitely won't remember you. What? A copy made by Corono? How did you know? Realizing that she had revealed something she shouldn't have, the girl quickly retreats into the shadows. I'm not blaming you. I just want an explanation, that's all. You said they used Simon as a hostage to threaten you to lure out Noan. And yet, now you're telling us that Corono has copied his mind? I'm not sure either. Lamia hasn't quite grasped the distinction between Corono, Project Winter members, and defectors yet. Aw man, she's bullshitting real hard. All she can do is vaguely relay what she's heard from Lillian. It's just what I heard. They told me that those people wanted to trade with Lithos, but were afraid he'd betray them and simply disappear after getting what he wanted. That was why they had to hand Lithos a clone instead of the real thing. After all, only the original person themselves can be cloned. When exactly did this happen? No one is in Babylonia most of the time. The only opportunity someone could have copied his mind would be during an examination. Could there be members of the Purifying Force lurking within the Science Council? No, that can't be right. I think Simon once mentioned that after the Red Tide influx, Dark Areas was taken away for questioning. Could it have happened then? I still think her design is really cool. I know she kinda sucks, but her design is cool. He's gone. Let's stop worrying for now. We can investigate when we get back. Our top priority now is to find where Lithos stores the mines. Only by killing him can we escape. Do the terminals you're holding work? Yeah. Let's contact each other every half an hour and report our progress, and any difficulties we come across. Alright. If we don't hear from one of us after half an hour, the rest of us will head in their direction to find them. Got it. Be especially careful, Commandant. Your wounds haven't healed yet, so please be extra cautious. If you get seriously hurt here, we can't carry you out and transform you into a construct right away. You won't survive. Yeah, not right away. Understood. Caught in the pit of despair, the 4.5 people finally meet here. 4.5 people? What? What? Is it considering the sea fairy half a person, or no one? With different feelings in their hearts, they embark on a solitary journey following their own track. Okie dokie. With Lamia along the Red Tide path. Oh god, did that thing have teeth? Oh yeah, that thing has teeth. Nothing. Bad signal.
Lithos?
Oh, these are all Lithoses.
All the joints were twisted. Some Lithoses looked calm. Ah! Wait, I got spotted! Ah! Don't come out of Lithos' red tide projection! It's like he's being born again! Get out of my sight! Yeah, like boom! Quiet! Get out of here! Done! Sink to the bottom of this sea! Earthquake! I've had enough of this!
She's such a fail girl. I love her.
What is happening? illusion? Is this Lithos's personal preference?
Leave this to me. I don't care how many times I have to die.
Oh, so that's what Lithos sounds like.
Material.
Ah! I missed it! Fuck!
Huh? What? To let them kill you?
Ah! There are QTEs! I pressed it!
The shadows get clearer. It's like his memory. Is this the way Lithos has transferred memories between one another?
Sorry. I'm sorry, Dad. Sorry. Sorry, Dad. Sorry. I'm sorry, Dad. Sorry. Sorry, Dad. It hurts so bad.
Ugh.
Please.
Ah! What is happening? Ah! Wait, Morgan! Get out of my sight! It hurts.
Wait. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, like boom! Get out of here! Die! Sink to the bottom of this sea! It's done. Right?
Ah! Oh. Girl just got ate. There's been a lot more voice acting in the recent stories. It's fine. Wrong-timed rose. The rose, withered by the brew of sin born out of love, now only leaves a young seedling behind. Growing in the soil of hatred, it patiently waits until the day it can seek revenge on everyone involved in Project Winter. The second check-in. Looks like everyone's safe. Any new findings? All I found were research materials on the mind. You can't understand half of it, but pick them up anyway. You can bring them up to the Science Council once we escape. In those reports, I spotted the names Kugawa Chrono, Cinderelic, Loki, Voodoo, and Cthulhu. So Kugawa Chrono was also involved in Project Cthulhu. I'm not at all surprised about that.
I think that was the real name of the guy who was the bad guy in the last chapter, and he sucked, so yeah.
What exactly is Catilla?
The beast that birthed the twins. You know, the thing that's like a giant heart. That's Catilla's incomplete form. In plain terms, it's her womb, just on legs.
Huh?
Here, it's all in the files. They also mention Loki and Voodoo. We have very little information on her anyway, so this is quite a useful find.
Short Halt waves the newfound documents in front of the screen. Let me see.
Loki, 4654512. A test subject found in the basement after Project Cthulhu ended. She had been imprisoned for years due to aggressiveness and consciousness damage. In the concealed basement, she was left behind when all related personnel were cleared out. When they found Loki, she was ramming the cell door non-stop. Her head was severely wounded, and it was too late to do anything about it. All I could do was preserve her mind data with Mister's help. Loki, 4654517. Loki's mind data was also damaged when her head was injured. Forcibly implanting it into a body would only create a completely insane being. But I don't want to give up on her. Her state of consciousness is quite similar to Cathilla's. I hope to find a way to stabilize her condition. This will save not only Loki, but also Cthulhu. Is this Lithos? Is this Lithos writing this? Loki, 7964510. If one's consciousness is not strong enough to keep their body stable, then it's better to grant that body another consciousness instead. Mister asked me to obtain consciousness fusion technology from the humans and use it on her. The person who received the opportunity was someone from the Actalic Commercial Alliance, said to be an abandoned illegitimate child of Ashlar's. She had no name, nor any emotions I could sense. In order to survive, she had turned into a mere obedient object with no mind of her own. Voodoo 001. The experiment was a success. She became Loki's new vessel, the host of all her uncontrollable emotions. This method can definitely be used to awaken Cthulhu, for her consciousness also suffers from similar flaws. Next, all we need to do is wait for the gospel to arrive, and Cinderella's wish will be fulfilled. The gospel? Okay. Okay. Mister praised me for this. If only these studies could be of more use to him. Looks like some records left by Lithos. After all, this place is an old haunt of his. Naturally, everything left behind must have belonged to him. Right. By the way, I also saw a name in some of the files that caught my attention.
Whose name?
Kilgore Trout. That's a name. Kilgore Trout. He was famous back in the Golden Age. A psychiatrist, psychologist, author, and murderer. Have you heard of this name before?
No.
Who's that? You don't know him? He was practically a celebrity.
It's not that abnormal to not know much about the Golden Age, but why do you know so much about it?
I was a police officer before becoming a construct. I've worked on both Project Cthulhu and the case of Kilgore Trout. Shorthalt's expression dims. Project Cthulhu was especially memorable. It was truly tragic.
That accident.
Accident? Is that what they call it outside?
Wasn't it an accident?
Of course not.
Also, the purpose of the project might not be as far-fetched as publicly claimed. According to our informants, the purpose of the project might be to create war weapons and divide the world government once more. So the purpose was war? Indeed, it's nothing new. Emberia in the ARU was the victim of a similar situation as well. We were so close to catching him in the act. But the day before our operation, their incinerator exploded, setting the whole research building ablaze. That's why they call it an accident. Yeah. Something must have gone wrong in the last experiment, causing all the subjects to go mad. In turn, they beheaded the researchers and stuffed their heads into their own stomachs. Ew. Shorthalt speaks with a scowl. By the time the fire was extinguished, the area around the incinerator was littered with executed subjects. All of them burned beyond recognition. The rest, they were headless scientists with swollen bellies. Me too, Lamia. Some speculate that this incident might be connected to Professor Kilgore Trout in some way. Even if he was already dead by then, it could have been a copycat of his who was involved. There wasn't much we could do about it, as we didn't have any concrete evidence. But now, to see his name again in such a place... Why do they think that this professor had something to do with Project Cthulhu? Because, well, see, the goal of Project Cthulhu was to have the dead be born again in the wombs of the subjects. The way those scientists died, with their heads stuffed into their stomachs, it was like the killer's way of declaring, if you people want to rebirth this much, do it yourselves. A similar phrase appeared in Kilgore Trout's final autobiography. I still don't see the connection. It's a bit complicated to explain. Let's talk about it later. Okay. You found anything, Lillian? I saw a lot of Lithos's remnants. Some mechanical parts of his frame, limbs, torso, and there was red tide projection too. Perhaps he's died way more times than can be counted on two hands. The red tide projection keeps showing how he looked just before his death. Can an ascendant inherit memories through the red tide and the remains of their own physical form? It's indeed possible. Some ascendants can even load and read the memories of the corrupted. Besides, the red tide stores a lot of information, which is why red tide projections can appear. However, the memories stored this way are mostly fragmented. The red tide projections here are more intact than those outside, though. Perhaps Lithos did something to make it that way. Also, the red tide projections shown later are very calm, as if he had died by suicide. Suicide? Why would he resort to that? If a large number of stable minds are urgently needed for Project Cthulhu, being an ascendant, Lithos is the perfect material. But Lithos is no victim. Would he really be willing to sacrifice himself? It's too early to draw conclusions right now. How are things on your end? There are only a few rooms along this path. They all resemble orphanage bedrooms. Orphanages have also become hotbeds of illegal activity. The higher-ups, in order to keep the birth rate from getting too low, lightened the punishment for child abandonment crimes after setting up a bunch of new policies, and they also invested in the construction of multiple orphanages. The initial intentions might have been good, but the execution left much to be desired. You know about this, right, Lillian? Just now, Lithos said he and you both came from the same orphanage.
Ah, yeah.
She clutches the hem of her shirt nervously and recounts what Lillian had told her.
There are indeed some orphanages that treat the children as goods and sell them to various buyers. Lillian, I was part of an early construct research program. The other children all died in the experiments. Lithos and I were the only ones to survive.
What exactly is the connection between these clues? Any other discoveries?
A group photo and some toys. Rubik's cubes, building blocks, origami. Did they used to belong to Lithos' friends?
No idea. The only other items I found were some hair accessories of Lithos's.
Hair accessories?
Yeah, like that wooden flower on his head. The last room was filled with many such items. There were also wood slices, likely for crafting, along with carving knives and shavings. Looks like this is where he makes the hair accessories for himself. This guy is an enigma indeed. I heard that the hair accessory used to belong to someone else. Oh. Seems like he's wearing it on his head in memory of someone. Oh. Shorthalt stretches out the syllable, as if in understanding, though he's still quite confused. Yeah. I understand everything now. Didn't get it all. Let's continue the investigation. We haven't found where Lithos stored his mind backups yet.
Alright then. See you in half an hour.
The two hurriedly end the call, and all is quiet once again. What kind of feelings did that ascendant harbor while he sat alone in a room filled with the belongings of his friends, working on these hair accessories? No matter how you look at it, it's just an ordinary wooden ornament. There's nothing special about it. Could he really have made so many of the same item just to celebrate someone's memory? Memory, huh? The thought strikes you all of a sudden, effectively clearing the fog in your thoughts. I think I've seen this hair accessory before. The exact date is no longer possible to recall. It must have been before Lucia started using Plume. On Dominic Memorial Square, you saw a little girl whose face was full of sorrow. She was standing there alone, yet the patrolling drones and the seemingly inadvertent glances from passersby all hinted at her conspicuousness. After confirming the identities of those passersby, you decided to speak to her. Hello? I am the Grey Raven Commandant, Luke Aurora. What's your name?
My name is Rosa.
This is Rosa. This is Asimov's little assistant, and it's been hinted pretty heavily that she and Lithos were brother and sister. Because after the last time when we killed Lithos, I think they recovered his hair accessory, and she saw it and was like, "But this is familiar. I've seen this before." She answered, voice timid, shivering uncontrollably, eyes darting around, trying to meet the piercing gazes directed at her from behind. Rosa, that's a beautiful name. You weren't sure what exactly was going on between the parties present, so you resorted to unrelated small talk as a buffer. Yeah. Mommy said she loved the story of a little prince. She told me that I was the only rose on the planet to her and Daddy. Your parents must really love you. Yeah. But they've already passed away. I'm gonna pat her on the back. A hug seems a little too forward for a little girl I just met. She sobbed quietly, speaking in a barely audible voice. Was it you who sent me the message? Message? No, I'm just... Rosa, what are you doing here? Wait a second. Isn't that Vanessa's mom? I think that's Vanessa's mom. Who also sucked. Aunt Petra? I am so sorry. Wait, they have purple hair too. Are they related? Oh my god. Oh, hi. Thank you for coming. I stared protectively before Rosa. May I ask who you are? The woman in front of you scrutinized you with a stern gaze. You must be Vanessa's classmate, the chief from the FOS. Good day. I was indeed a classmate of hers. I'm Vanessa's mother. So she's mentioned me to you before? No. I saw your graduation photo posted on FOS's public subscription account. That's all. Are you Rose's current guardian? Oh, thank you. That's sweet. No. Despite her heavy sorrow, the little girl spoke firmly, clutching the hem of her shirt tight. But Mommy did tell me that when she was a little girl, Aunt Petra's grandfather took good care of her. Alright, let's get out of here, Rosa. What are you standing around here for? No. Rosa refused to come out from behind you, still sounding rather timid. If you're not her guardian, I'm afraid I can't let her go with you. No matter what, my connection with this child runs deeper than yours. Impatience laced the lady's tone. Her mother was taken in by my grandfather during the Great Evacuation. He believed she must have been a distant relative who got separated from her parents. Though there was no evidence pointing that way, and the timing of the separation didn't match, he still brought that girl named Rose home. He had her take our family name and renamed her Anne. I would never harm young Rosa here. In fact, if you weren't the chief, I'd find your interest in her rather suspicious. Stop standing around here, Rosa. It's for your own good. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for someone. Someone told me they knew how my parents died as heroes. They told me to come here, wearing my mother's hair accessory, and said I'd be able to find their names here. Died as heroes? Anne and Rand died in a household appliance accident, right on your birthday, right in front of you, no less. Have you forgotten? The names carved on the Dominic Memorial Square are all of the heroes who perished on the battlefield. No way you'd be able to find their names here. Who would deliberately fool a naive child by sending such a message? She raised her voice, gripping Rosa's shoulders tightly, as if in mourning. Following her words, Rosa's tears began pouring down her face like blood from a wound. Yet she seemed to have even lost the strength to sob out loud. I'll take her home. Can you trust me with this? Fine. Petra, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a gesture that reminded you of Vanessa, turned around to leave. Do you still have a place to go back to?
Yes, my godfather's place.
Your godfather? Rosa lifted her hand, pointing toward the direction of the Science Council. After inquiring with Asimov, you learned that Rosa was the orphan of his friends and seniors at work. Asimov, still young at the time, had reluctantly agreed to become Rosa's godfather under their insistent convincing. Even back when they were alive, Anne and Rand often worked outside of Babylonia. Rosa grew up lonely, with the domestic robots at home as her only company. Under their guidance, she picked up a lot of concepts quite advanced for her age. She was a true prodigy, possessing an astonishing amount of talent beneath her youthful exterior. Despite her age, she became a capable assistant of Asimov's. Asimov declined to answer any further questions. Long after that, Lucia mentioned the dossier she saw and the intelligence she had gathered. She spoke about the Ascendants connected to Revenge, about Project Winter, and about Anne and Rand, the Science Council members who died because of it. Why did Asimov look so sorrowful when those two were mentioned? Why would they, members of the Science Council, not work in a safe location such as Babylonia? Or was there perhaps no longer any need to hide the true allegiance of the deceased? Encrypted dossiers don't lie. They present a reality utterly contradictory to what you thought was the truth. Died in a household appliance accident. You now have a vague answer to the question he refused to answer that day. Waking up from your reverie, you look down at the plain hair accessory once again. You didn't notice the hair accessory back then, but now it seems that there might be a connection between Rosa and Lithos. Think this over later. Tossing the hair accessory aside, you turn and set off toward another unexplored area. Must find where Lithos stores his memories to defeat him once and for all. Can't keep everyone waiting for too long. As the human silhouette disappears at the end of the corridor, the discarded hair accessory rolls off the table and begins to spin along the floor. Wherever it touches, red tide seeps out from underneath the walls. The remaining red tide projections, as if phantoms in a haunted painting, keep repeating the words from their owner's memories. It's useless no matter what I do. Mister, they left too soon. Even if one day I manage to create a vessel for the deceased's consciousness, they'll have no consciousness left for me. I can't save them. I once naively believed that Rose might still be alive, but that was just wishful thinking on my part. Mister, I want to go help them. I know you don't like that project, but I believe it can help more people. You've said that your current goal is still to help us survive the disaster brought by the punishing virus. One can't fight against disaster without a good amount of strength, so I'd like to share some strength with humanity. I don't want to see more people forced to face the same pain I did. If you're worried that they will control me, that they'll abuse my powers and expose our secrets, please, implant a seed in my body that can kill me at any moment. It's all right. You saved my life, so of course you can use and kill me at will. The accessory hits the corner of the wall and stops rolling. The red tide projection it stirred up also disappears into the cracks of the floor. Like its ill-fated owner, all that remains of it are blood-red flowers blooming in the corner. Caught right on. Yeah, the story of this game is really intense. It's post-apocalyptic sci-fi, and things are, in this chapter in particular, things are dire. Oh, thanks! That's really nice to hear. Once the call is cut off, Lamia temporarily reverts to her original appearance. She stares down at her legs, indistinguishable from a human's, lost in thought. Oh, and in case you don't know, all the playable characters in this game are called constructs, and in this post-apocalyptic sci-fi future world, constructs are basically humans that have been turned into robots. And this character, Lamia, she's the newest character in this update. She is what's called an ascendant, which is a construct or other type of machine that has integrated the punishing virus and is able to control it. With the punishing virus being the big world-destroying disaster. It's a very bad virus that kills humans and corrupts machines and turns them into murder bots. But Lamia, having integrated the virus, is immune to being corrupted. The orphanage. In this case, yes, ascendants are bad guys. They're like, they think that, like, ascendants are the next form of evolution, and they're trying to make more ascendants and, like, push humanity along that path of evolution. But a lot of people can't become constructs, and a lot of constructs die or become corrupted instead of becoming ascendants. So it ends up being a very killing a lot of people so that the few who make it through the cracks can go on. Well, Lamia herself doesn't really do any of that stuff. Lamia's more like an underling. Her specialty is like stealth, espionage, information gathering. And a lot of the time, ascendants do kill humans. Yeah, she is very pretty. She used to be a boss, and her boss form was a lot, like, creepier. But her playable version had, like, a major glow up. Oh yeah, I can see that. Back in Atlantis, she had wished countless times to leave the place sooner and see what the real world was like. But what happens after that? Wanna bet on your luck? This is Lillian, kind of Lamia's friend, and also the person whose identity she's impersonating in this mission. Because my character does not know that Lamia is partnering with me for this. My character thinks it's Lillian, but also suspects that there's something off. Wanna bet that you'd be sent to a legal orphanage instead of getting dragged into some inhumane experiments? No child who falls into that kind of hell has it easy. A premature death might actually be a mercy. Those unfortunate enough to survive spend decades trying to escape the trauma. Personally, I think, compared to those people, ascendants aren't so bad. With a bitter smile, she handed over her identity to Lamia. I say ascendants are kind of bad guys, but it's a little more nuanced than that. There's a group of ascendants, the one which Lamia belongs to, that are a little... I mean, they used to be our big enemies, but lately, we haven't really been on bad terms with them, I guess? I mean, we're still enemies. It's complicated. They might have. I'm not totally sure. I'm not really sure what their goals are now. Lamia wanders absent-mindedly along the corridor, preoccupied by past memories. Oh, also, for additional context, this place here belongs to a different group of ascendants who is very much still bad guys and doing bad things. Gabriel's disappearance didn't faze her. Roland and Alpha were constantly busy doing what they could for Luna. She had grown accustomed to that too. Even a certain human who used to contact her often said his wish had been fulfilled, and there was no need for them to remain in regular contact. And even Lillian found a better, more reliable place to be. And that was how those who had formed fragile bonds with her in the past all left in the end, one after another. Lamia sighs and squats down in the corner. She's not utterly clueless regarding where to investigate. She'd just rather avoid it if possible. For she has detected a large concentration of red tide under the ground at the end of the corridor, alongside a punishing heterohive with an extremely high concentration. How will she clear the red tide, expose the target, and then lure those two unsuspecting individuals over here? This is exhausting. If it weren't for how dire this situation is, she'd have snuck off to an unnoticed corner and spent her time gazing at the sky or the sea, indulging in trivial thoughts for at least a blissful moment. Can't rest now. Must come up with something quickly. Though she is determined, her body refuses to cooperate. Lamia sighs again, looking down at the basic terminal they gave Lillian, and the mermaid's hand holding it. There are many dangers here, just like the Grey Raven Commandant said. Cooperation is essential to defeating Lithos and possibly escaping. Lamia was included as part of the team under Lillian's identity, but all that was just a lie after all. How much longer can she keep this lie going? Once exposed, she'll be attacked from all sides. She's no stranger to this feeling of belonging nowhere. Like the mermaid princess in The Daughter of the Sea, who gave up her fishtail in order to walk among humans, the palace, no matter how magnificent, was never meant for her. A mermaid princess? That sounds a bit too lavish a title for her. Lamia feels way more like a lone monkey undercover in a crowd of humans. With this thought, she finds it even harder to continue her investigation. Might as well pretend to have lost the terminal, she tells herself. That way she can rest here for a while longer, accompanied by her melancholic thoughts and mental exhaustion. As long as no one finds out, she isn't slacking off, and all investigations are smoothly carried on. As long as no one sees. A faint breeze drifts through the silent corridor. How can there be wind in this kind of place? She stares toward the direction the wind is coming from. At the end of the corridor, a nightmarish figure appears. Found you! Well, this is bad. Boss fight!
Get out of my... Yeah, like boom! Quiet! Get out of here! It hurts. To the bottom of this thing! Quiet! Get out of my sight! Boom again! Like boom! Get out of here! Die. To the bottom of this thing! Quiet! Get out of my sight! Quiet! Yeah, like boom! Get out of here!
Whew! I did it. Storm impending. Soon we will encounter an even greater crisis. Only through a soldier's sacrifice can the knight protect the princess and make their safe escape. The illusion collapses, and the surrounding scenery reverts to its original state. I did it! Lamia stares down at her hands in disbelief. This is the first time she's defeated a transcendent all by herself. And it's Loki, no less, who's an adept attacker. But the joy is short-lived, for her defeated opponent soon shakily rises from the floor. My parents are asleep, so I don't super want to scream. I'll just do like, ah! That's not too loud, hopefully. As if spurred on by her own cries of agony, Loki expands her battered wings, struggling to ascend into the air of the narrow tunnel. I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! No one can ever hurt me again! You were the one who attacked me first! Loki can't hear Lamia's protests amid the chaos. Driven by rage and despair, she charges at Lamia with all her might. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! Is she hoping to escape from this cramped cage? Or has she grown tired of this body she's imprisoned in? The crazed goose's actions seem to be dictated by her overflowing pain. Even though she clearly sees Lamia dodge, she still chooses to charge in the same direction nevertheless. ' The force of the ramming tears apart her already shattered frame completely. The caged goose, finally having nothing left to give, sinks into her mother's embrace along with the crumbling floor. What is that? Foamy red tide splatters everywhere, revealing her face as serene as a statue. In her embrace, Loki's cries gradually weaken, her unquenchable fury dissolving under this bizarre giant tree like a pill in water. The woman, whose form has completely merged with the giant trees, tenderly embraces the dying figure in her final moments. Lamia remains frozen in place for a full minute before mustering the courage to cautiously approach the strange tree. Its roots are submerged in the red tide. Lamia can keenly sense that the red tide beneath the ground she saw before had in fact originated from these very roots. They're buried underground in the room. The red tide flows through them, as if they were blood vessels. Yeah, the art in this game is pretty nice. And this red tide is one of the manifestations of the punishing virus. And I'm pretty sure that that is the figure at the center of these weird experiments that are going on here, whose name, I think, that would be Cthulhu. They're like trying to digitally resurrect people using mind data. It's a bit confusing. And like put them into the womb of a mother. And I guess this is the mother. Maybe. I'm making an assumption that this is the mother, but I feel like that's what that is. Looking up, she sees objects resembling blood bags hanging from the treetop, also absorbing the red tide transported over by the roots. She can even see some wriggling creatures inside them. They're just like the artificial wombs I read about in the materials. Could it be that those weird hetero creatures were born from here? She steps into the red tide, hoping to pluck a bag for closer observation, but a strange twitching from underneath her feet nearly drags her into the ground. She shoots up in horror and flees the area, narrowly escaping being entangled in the roots. Lamia senses buried secrets below, and realizes the need for a deeper investigation into the red tide disturbance. However, the sticky feeling clinging to her legs makes her utterly unwilling to approach the spot again. She looks around, hoping to find something else she can investigate. Soon, she notices that the walls are covered in honeycomb-shaped metal shelves, resembling cremation furnaces. She smashes open a sealed shelf door and pulls out a huge jar from inside. It contains a soaked body, facial features completely indistinguishable. All the limbs have been removed, and the frame's so small. Is this Lithos? Lamia taps the jar curiously, wondering if it can be destroyed just like that. But right at that moment, the red tide beneath the tree begins to pulsate strangely again. Okay, thank you for coming along. Have a nice night. Sleep well. Oh, that's okay. Don't strain yourself. You should get some sleep if you're tired. I'm honestly probably not going to play for too much longer. I had a feeling this chapter was going to be pretty long. And I'm not even at the halfway point yet, so I'm definitely not getting through the whole thing tonight. But thanks for coming along. I hope you had fun. She knows she can't just keep dragging it out. Lemia sheaths her weapon and reverts to Lillian's form. She pulls out Lillian's makeshift terminal, ready to call for Lillian's reinforcements.
Okay, good night.
Ugh. Perhaps the impact from the previous battle was too great, or the quality of the makeshift terminal was poor to begin with. No matter how Lamia fiddles with it, she gets no response.
Is it broken?
As if to add insult to injury, the strange surge of echoes overtakes her senses once more.
Stay calm. There's nothing to be afraid of.
She tiptoes closer to the giant tree adorned with embryos, peering into the red tide underneath the woman.
Are those eggs?
As if drawn by an irresistible force, Lamia reaches out her trembling hands and lifts out from the blood-red abyss an egg that's pulsating like a heart. In that instant, countless vivid illusions flood her vision. It's over, Grey Raven Commandant.
What are these? Memories? Or a vision of the future? Did I kill that human?
Lamia's head throbs in pain, consciousness nearly torn into pieces by the maelstrom of information.
This is mine, and I'm not giving it to anyone.
The heavy sensation in her hands. It's like holding a baby. She's losing control over her body, her consciousness flowing out of her skull like water.
Rest in peace. Join Cathilla in your eternal grave at the bottom of the sea. Now that I have the key, I won't have to worry about anything anymore. No, this isn't right. The mermaid who has turned into a marionette who surrendered everything to the monstrosity in her hands.
This is the punishment you deserve, Ascendant.
The youth's empty eyes are filled with murderous intent.
And you should already know that even if you've obtained the key, you won't be able to reach the tower's summit. Yet, you still...
The final gunshot brings inevitable death. She is dragged into the boundless darkness by the ice-cold waves, only to open her eyes again under the ghastly fluorescent lights of a medical room. Is that... Mother? The woman's body is covered in green surgical drapes, her exposed wounds hauntingly ghastly.
Director, this is Libya's child. It's a girl.
No, this isn't the time to look at me. There's another person over there. Save her! Please, save her!
Yet memories are incapable of giving a response.
Mother!
She steps behind the curtain and extends her hands toward the lifeless body.
I finally returned to your side. Please take me back. Let me return to your body. Don't leave me. Please, love me. Please, love me. If you could give birth to me once again, this time, I would surely do better.
Her pleas stir the emotions of the being entwined with her, creating a sense of sorrow and yearning that binds the two even tighter together. That's right. Just one more step forward. Closer. Closer. Just one more step forward, and she'll be able to touch the mother she never met and become one with her. Hey! A pair of hands grip her tightly from behind. She awakens from the illusion and finds herself back in the cold, silent reality. Due to the shock, the egg in her hands has fallen back into the pool of red tide. What were those visions just now? Lamia has no idea, but she has an inexplicable feeling that it's exactly what Luna is searching for. Are you insane? Jumping into the red tide with your arms around a hetero creature? I'm so sorry. She backs away hastily, almost tripping over a jar that was pulled out. Sorry. I got carried away. I shouldn't have used that harsh tone. Half an hour has passed and no word from you. So we came looking for you only to find you here, zoning out with a hetero creature in your embrace. The Commandant was practically scared stiff. I was attacked. Loki was here. Loki? Are you okay? Did she hurt you? Huh? In fact, it's the first time anyone's apologized to Lamia after scolding her. Also the first time anyone's ever asked her if she was hurt. Usually when she reported that she had just been attacked by an enemy, Luna and Roland would simply ask if she won the battle. As for Alpha, she would barely react. I'm fine. She crashed through the floor while charging at me, and I fell down here with her. She was already wounded then, and ended up being consumed entirely by that red tide over there after the fall. I wanted to check if she was truly gone, and I began hallucinating immediately when I took a few steps in that direction. You were very close to the red tide. The fact that you didn't turn into a corrupted is already a miracle in itself. Yeah. Luckily you guys arrived so soon. I think I was only stuck there for a few seconds. You should establish a mind connection with me. It'd be too dangerous otherwise. No, there's no need. Sensing the doubtful look from the human beside her, Lillian quickly lowers her head. How did you two get here so quickly? We encountered some bizarre little creatures along the way. Oh, yeah, those ones right there. He points at the phantoms resembling sea creatures, floating lightly in the air near the entrance. When you mentioned that someone could be guiding us along, I thought of them immediately. I was also guided by them. Do these little creatures usually tend to lead the way? I have no idea. It's not like others needed guidance before. But they wouldn't be able to get out no matter what anyway. I'd love to catch one for research, but they always moved out of the way as soon as I reached out. They even led me straight to our enemies. I thought they were Lithos' guards or something. Oh? They moved out of the way? Huh? Didn't they do the same for you? You raise your hand and those jellyfish-like phantoms come swarming over, circling you gently before tenderly touching the wounds on your hand. Wait, don't move. She tiptoes over. Just as she's about to pounce upon one, they immediately vanish without a trace. Oh. Let's not worry about those harmless things for now. They seem to like the Commandant only. It'd be pointless to capture them. Look at this. The Ascendants sure are getting more twisted by the minute. What's this, anyway? From a safe distance, he fires a few shots at the woman who's become one with the giant tree. The holes created by his shots only remain for a moment, before automatically healing up. Short Halt fires a few more shots, only to receive the same result. just like what happens with the twins before. Heals way too fast. Could this be the Cadilla that Lithos mentioned? Most likely. We can't just leave this thing be. With the situation outside, we absolutely won't be able to withstand a second disaster brought by the twins. I agree. Do you still have those electromagnetic pulse bombs on you? Of course. Those are the most precious treasures I've got during my month of wandering here. I've blown up this place countless times in my dreams. But we still haven't found Lithos' mind backups. Should be on those honeycomb cabinets around here. Hearing her words, you and Shorthalt immediately gather around the cabinets. This construct has nothing but a torso left. This should be it. Nothing but a torso, huh? He pauses for a moment, then suddenly barks out a dry laugh. What? Nothing. Just suddenly remembered that it was how I looked too when I first woke up. Huh? It's fine. I've already reassembled myself. Let's continue dealing with the following issues. I owe you a thank you too, by the way. Not only did we find the main target, but we also discovered Cathilla. This is a huge win for us. You really helped a lot. Really? Of course. Lamia is hit with a brief moment of joy, just like back when she was given a coffee cup toy back in the day. Now that we found the target, let's get started. First, we dig out the stuff in the cabinets. Those little ones have limited power. Shorthalt pries open several cabinets in a row to check their contents, while the two behind him stand waiting. Are you guys just standing there and reminiscing over your glory days or something? Come and lend a hand.
What? I wasn't...
Lamia, who had just begun to relax due to the praise she had just received, and the fact that she hasn't been busted yet, tenses up once more. Sorry, I'm coming. You've already helped a lot on the way here. You aren't fully recovered yet, so take it easy. Lillian, come help! I feel like a bodyguard and nanny at the same time. It was just like this back when I was in Scarab. And things haven't changed one bit. Lillian approaches timidly amid Shorthalt's complaints. I heard that in thriller movies, the most reliable characters are always the ones who die first. You're cursing me now?
No.
She expects Shorthalt to laugh it off, yet he simply pauses working and heaves a long sigh. Who knows? That might be exactly what happens. For some reason, I've been feeling a strange sense of déjà vu during this journey with you two. It's as if this isn't the first time I've done these same things. Lithos did mention reuniting again. Forget it. I just find the paths here eerily familiar, that's all. But everything feels alien again, now that we've reached this point. He subconsciously touches the pocket holding his candies, now entirely empty. I remember that Valeria gave me a whole pack. There were over 100 candies in there, but I only recall eating 2 and giving you 1. It's like there's a piece of my memory that's missing. I also don't understand why Lithos left me alive. He could have easily killed me here. After thinking about it, I've decided that there's only one possibility. I can still come in useful as part of his plan. Useful, huh? We've come this far. Things have gone far beyond Lithos' expectations. What happens next is anyone's guess. If I can't make it back, bring a message to Valeria for me. Tell her to delete all my embarrassing videos. No. Actually, just Say hello to her and Wanchit for me. I've had enough of you and your stupid faces. Don't rush to join me anytime soon. Yeah, that sounds about right. Tell them that. You can tell them yourself. Don't be so heartless. It's just that, you see, don't you think this is the kind of situation that often appears in movies? Soon, we will encounter an even greater crisis. Only through a soldier's sacrifice can the knight protect the princess and make their safe escape. Am I the princess? I mean, I don't mind that comparison. The people cheer for the victory, and the sacrifice ends up merely celebrated for a short while, or completely forgotten. Unless we have an insane scriptwriter here, it's the most likely outcome.
What happens then if the scriptwriter is indeed insane?
In that case, everyone besides the real villain meets a grisly end, or ends up living a life worse than death.
But who's the real villain here?
Lamia wonders, though she can't voice her question. Compared to such an unexpected outcome, I'd much rather the plot follows the usual cliches. At least you guys get to live.
Short halt?
What?
Given my corruption level and my wounds, I'll probably be the first to fall. You can play the role of the knight instead.
Isn't this the time to say, don't give up hope? There's always a way. Can't believe that you, the great hero and walking beacon of humanity, are saying such a thing.
Don't I have the right to be upset too?
True. This situation is completely different from what we've been through in the past. No allies, no way out. Our bodies slowly decaying. Even a hero can feel lost if suddenly blinded.
As confused as I may be, I'll fight till the very end.
He bursts into laughter, almost reaching out to slap your shoulder, but catches himself just in time. Okay, I'll also fight next to you till the very end.
Watching the two encourage each other, Lillian takes a dejected step back. Lillian? Huh? Though I'm in no position to say this as an injured one. In such a perilous situation, the only way we can escape is by sticking together. Don't be afraid to rely on others. We're also relying on you. If anything happens, make sure to establish a mind connection with me. Lamia would have been super touched and grateful if the human hadn't addressed her as Lillian in the beginning. Yeah, I understand.
Even if we weren't here, the world outside is filled with corrupted and hetero creatures. It sure is rare for someone as introverted as you to survive this long without seeking help or offering your own.
I remember Dark Ares is done recuperating and will be proceeding to the clean zone for missions. Simon told me back then that everyone was getting along much better than when the squad first reformed. Now this is a topic Lamia knows nothing about. Lillian rarely shares any stories about Dark Ares and certainly doesn't seem close to anyone, but judging from her attitude toward the team, this is likely the truth. Unable to find an explanation, she remained silent, helping Shorthalt smash the cabinets. Under the eerie gaze of the giant tree, the three spend half an hour there, just smashing the cabinets. After pulling out all the jars, they finally notice the bodies in the jars in the back. Some of them are significantly larger than the previous ones,
resembling an adult's torso more than anything. Why do these torsos vary in size? Probably vessels for different body types. The jars holding the large torsos all have an N at the beginning of their serial numbers. There are only a few of them in total, and they all boast more recent sealing dates. No N? Might be replicas of someone's mind. Let's not worry about the specifics. Right now we have only one task: to destroy these things. These mind replicas, that bizarre tree, and the woman inside it. All of them must be destroyed. As he speaks, he smashes the final cabinet open and then freezes in place. Short hole? Following his gaze toward the last cabinet, you see a construct lying in a jar, its overall outline obviously resembling. Is this you? Shit! I should have expected Lithos to do this to me. Short halt. Which one of you is the real one? You? Or the one in the jar? Shit! How would I know? Damn ascendants! Should we rescue you from the jar first? Rescue? He looks down at his own self lying in the jar, then at the two people standing near him. One a wounded human, the other a petite girl with dodgy eyes. This isn't a summoned ally from one of those video games. Its creator must have protected it with layers of encryption. We won't be able to unlock that. And if we can't awaken this thing, it'll just end up an extra burden for us all. They might figure something out if we take it back to Babylonia. But he clenches his fist in rage. What good does having another me do anyway? Who can guarantee that the other me will walk the same path I do? Even if I get lucky and now have another me to share the workload with, I'll have to share everything I like with him too. It's alright if it's just resources. But Valeria. What about Valeria? The seasoned soldier, who's been calm and reliable all this while, kicks the jar once and punches it as well, before he begins pacing around it anxiously. This self-inflicted struggle lasts a full minute before he recovers his cheerful tone and stops pacing. Alright, let's blow it up alongside everything else. But to hell with those philosophical questions. Who cares if it's the real me or not? I'm the one out of the two who's conscious now, the one who can make decisions. What does that tell you? It tells me that I'm the real one at this current moment, and nothing else matters. Let's go ahead and do it. The bombs I've been saving up for so long are finally gonna come in handy. Shorthalt drops his backpack on the ground. Yeah, let's get to work. But all that aside, can we really kill her this way? This place is filled with swarms of red tide, and hetero creatures can regenerate easily if there's red tide in the vicinity. She glances sideways at the giant tree. The woman inside the tree twists and turns slowly, as if trying to break free. Isn't destroying Lithos' mind replicas enough? Escaping as soon as we can is what matters most now. Escape? Escape where? Once this thing gets out, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. He's right. Now that we've discovered Cathilla, we can't let her leave. There's no turning back now. We can't just think of ourselves. We must stop the disaster from happening, here and now. Okay. Start assembling, quickly. Yeah. Though uneasy, she reluctantly compromises. unleashed torrents. About an hour and a half later, everything is in place. The trio retreat to a safe zone and activate the detonator. With a loud bang, the great tree and all the replicated memories stored beside Cathilla turn to ashes in the blaze. The entire space turns dark amidst the shaking, reminding Lamia of the darkness she saw when she fainted from the severe pain. Ever since she touched that giant egg, she's had a vague feeling that this entire space itself is alive. Did the power go out? Hard to believe there's even electricity in this forsaken place. He activates the portable light on his terminal, casting light into the dark tunnel, where countless maws and fangs are glowing in a ghastly white. Well, shit. We've hit the jackpot. Turn off the light. Stand back to back. Get ready for battle. The call comes too late, as giant swarms of giant-toothed anemones charge directly at Lillian, following the light. She frantically pulls out 2 rusty daggers from behind, but before she can retaliate, another abyss angel descends from above, taking a bite out of her flesh. Sharp teeth pierce through the artificial skin, leaving a patch of crimson blood on her back. The bullet, following the predicted trajectory, hits the creature clinging to her and silently slides down to the ground. Fall back! Shorthalt pushes Lillian aside, his sword slicing through the gaping maw just in time. Shorthalt, you still have a few grenades left with you, right? Just one left. Toss it and keep quiet! With it, Shorthalt immediately tosses the grenade he's been holding to cover the 2 retreating behind him. The grenade explodes in a blinding light. Standing back to back, the 3 of you pass eyes over your surroundings without turning on your flashlights. A crisp sound echoes down from up the stairs. Click, click, click. It sounds like someone walking, in a slow and abnormal fashion. The crimson particles of the punishing, like a stream rushing amidst a downpour, start gushing down from the depths as the sound slowly moves this way. The lights that have gone out start flickering in the comforting twinkle of the red light spots. With the darkness swallowing the light, she walks over a carpet of shadows. She nods gently at the trembling souls, allowing the light to outline her form before darkness finds its way back into her body once again. Hurry up and run. We're stuck. There's nothing but those monsters from earlier back there. Commandant, we need to get rid of her here. She's going to join Lithos and have us cornered if we let her get away now. But we haven't figured out her attacks. The hetero creatures back there are going to start jumping on us if we wait any longer. We can't learn how she fights unless we fight her. Shorthalt, no! No what? Do you have a better plan? Just make sure these things don't get in my way, yeah? Shorthalt grips his weapon, standing in front of the 2. Lights out again. Shorthalt raises the gun he's been holding and takes aim at the shadow lurking in the darkness. Right when she's come close enough, a bullet hits Cathilla squarely in her claw. With an agonized scream, she takes a few steps back. Watch out! The egg in her hand is missing! Behind you! A rush of crimson light bursts into your arms, shattering one of your ribs before you have the chance to dodge. Your skin starts blistering right after coming in contact with the egg, and your jacket becomes soaked with the liquid that's a mixture of your blood and the red fluid of the hetero creature. Showing up fashionably late, 2 daggers thrust deep into its most crimson part. Lillian jumps up, flips over, and holds it in place with her own weight to keep it away from you. The blistering would have been more than skin deep if it stayed for a few seconds longer where it was. Whoa. Direct contact with a hetero creature? Are you both okay?
I'm fine.
For some reason, she sounds calm and firm. Commandant? Before you can say more, Scathilla lets out another scream that sounds like a moan.
My head hurts. My mind.
With it, Lamia starts seeing a whirlwind of memories of people who are long gone. Enveloped in emptiness, Lamia is plunged into a deep sea of solitude, accompanied by a familiar agony. Connect with me, Lillian!
But I can't let them see me because no one is going to accept a wolf in sheepskin. And it doesn't even matter that I never asked to be like this.
While her chaotic memories trap her on the spot, the egg breaks free of her dagger and returns to the embrace of its mother. Shorthalt! In a panic, you try to alert Shorthalt to that which keeps itself hidden in the dark.
How can I possibly...
As a source of intelligence, you will find your worth in survival. She seeks answers from reason, only to be met with a chaotic whirlwind.
A source of intelligence. Right! The egg! We have to be careful!
You've been paying extra attention to that thing for quite a while now.
Because it... my head still hurts so much.
Like a predator that has its eyes on a target, it charges straight at the now defenseless human. The egg charges at the human again, and with 7 of its punishing stingers, pierces the human's arm. She fires several shots at the twisted creature, successfully drives it away and screams and spatters of blood.
Run, or you're gonna die.
We can't do that. We can't just let her go like this, and there's no going back now. We have to stop her here once and for all.
Ugh.
The pain is so excruciating that it all but knocks you out cold, though it doesn't seem like the world wants to go any easier on you. Commandant! Get behind me!
Why would anyone not want to live? Have you all gone crazy?
Light once again returns to the world around you, and that's when you see Shorthalt. Before he even lets out a scream or bids farewell to the world, Shorthalt shatters into pieces right before you and Lillian.
Sure.
With it, Shorthalt's vital fluid and mind splash onto Cathilla. It takes less than a second for the fluids to seep into her body.
How could this be?
The ground wriggles and swallows the pieces that were once Shorthalt. The man who once fought for the past and future, and for Valeria, who once looked out for the other you, has made its way back to the womb of Mother and Earth in pieces, without leaving so much as a trace.
Wait! Up there!
What? Lillian pushes you out of the way before there's even a time for you to react. The two of you tumble toward the corner in confusion. The egg is coming this way again.
It's flying, and it's super fast.
The girl struggles to get back on her feet and falls to the ground. In trembling fear, she has to lean against the wall behind her to keep herself from falling again.
The interference. It's very bad.
The egg is making an irresistible hum, attracting the one who once embraced it.
Lillian, make a mind connection with me. What?
The wriggling noise is inching this way by the second.
Come on, we've got to do this.
At her wit's end, she grasps your scarred hands. A strange sensations coming through your mind beacon seem to explain why the girl has refused to connect with you the entire time.
Lillian?
The giant egg, however, charges this way again, leaving you no time to ponder further. This time it's coming straight for Lillian.
Watch out!
You still barely know her, but she did play her part in helping you find all of Lithos's mind replicas and trying to protect you just now. Yet in this moment, she remains frozen on the spot as she trembles in fear. Hearing the gunshot, the egg turns around immediately, sending your last bullets flying straight into the empty tunnel. The tunnel starts shaking so violently that it looks like it might collapse any second. Having regained her composure through the mind connection, Lamia quietly counts her blessings.
Let's run!
There's still hope as long as she can get out of this place. She can live on as Lillian. But where to? In a panic, she frantically tries to look for a way out.
Lillian!
Like spectators in an arena, the monsters make no move whatsoever as they watch the two of you struggle to find a way out. In the dim light, the hunter walking right in front of you throws out her pet, while she circles leisurely around her prey behind.
I can still... No, wait. I am not alone. We've already...
There is nothing we can do here, and nothing here is in our favor.
There's no point in trying to run from this, and people are gonna die if we let her out now. Snap out of it! Lillian!
She trembles as she watches you charge alone into the pitch-black nightmare. You refuse to give up, even with your wounds screaming in excruciating pain from festering, and your splotchy, blurring vision warning you of your mind beacon's corruption. Your arms no longer possess their usual power, so you decide to fling the sword and take advantage of the inertia that comes with it.
Even with all odds against me, I'm fighting down to the very last ounce of my being.
Ready.
Set.
As the longsword is flung off, Shorthalt's vital fluid lands on the egg. At the same time, the egg takes a slash on its outer layer from the sword because of the sword's inertia. Wounded, the giant egg crashes onto the ground and starts wriggling hideously. You cough out a spit of blood, feeling your head grow heavier by the second. You feel a warm trickle of fluid flowing down the corner of your eye, and without even touching it, you know that it's blood and not sweat. You know that it has to be blood, because there is no way you are going to shed tears here, not even when you might pass out cold the next second. The dark space around you shakes again. The monster, apparently having sensed something coming its way, steps back warily, leaving Cathilla pausing her movements temporarily.
It's now or never.
Raising the sword again, and with every last ounce of your power, you deal another blow at the egg that's still struggling. The sword pierces through the giant egg and nails it firmly to the ground. With it, The egg lets out a sharp cry, to the point of being ear-splitting. The cry alerts its mother. Hesitating no more, Cathilla walks over this way in hurried footsteps. 3 bullets left. You raise your hands, now feeling as heavy as rocks, and train your weapon squarely at Cathilla, who's coming straight for the egg. At this point, you're so worn out that you lose balance and collapse against the wall behind you from firing the shot. The monsters run in every direction as the roaring and shaking intensify, and you're sure that Lillian would have no trouble making it out of here now on her own if she takes advantage of this window. Should I ask her to run for it? Can I really tell if she's a descendant through a mind connection? Your head overflows with a gazillion thoughts as your body cries in excruciating pain. On top of it, Cathilla is fast approaching you, leaving you no time to think. Lillian! Trembling incessantly, Lillian looks back and forth between you and Cathilla, who's trying to save the egg. There's still a chance for redemption. All she needs to do is increase both her and the human's chance of making it out of here alive, is to lose her disguise and fight Cathilla as the ascendant she is. Except she knows that she'd be putting her own life at risk if she loses her disguise now, only to find out that Cathilla has never trusted Lamia, and she doesn't see what she stands to gain from that. But every second that passes by puts the Commandant, someone who's trusted her, that much closer to death. But why does she care when her relationship is as good as transient? That's right. To an ascendant who keeps a safe distance from the punishing, these people are essentially coffee cups, network cables, or writing pads. In short, they're substitutes for toys. But I like this one. And this one is the only one that I like. I hate myself for not even being able to keep a coffee cup. She has to face Cathilla alone either way, whether she lets the human die or lets Cathilla see that she's here. But living in constant fear is truly torturous. Screw it! Here goes nothing! She screams hysterically and she charges toward that which she knows she has no chance against. A split second later, her halberd blade clashes with Cathilla's long whip. In the blinding sparks that ensue, her mermaid form overshadows her body. I'm sick and tired of having to give up every time! And I'm sick and tired of being scared! Amy. Surrounding her, a high concentration of the punishing turns into countless blades that shoot straight at Cathilla. Might as well take a step forward if I'm going to end up regretting it anyway. Controlled by the Ascendant, the red tide around Cathilla ceases flowing. Cathilla and her egg, too, have slowed down. As a splitting headache hits you, the world around you seems to turn into a kaleidoscope, with glass balls flying in every which direction. While Lamia is aflame with determination, the corruption of your mind beacon is quickly dragging you all the way down to the darkest part that lies at the bottom of the flames. The more she uses her abilities, the faster it's wearing you down. This is what happens when one connects themselves to an Ascendant, and being a genius only alleviates this consequence to a certain degree. And it doesn't help that there is only a thin layer of protection standing between you and the highly dense punishing that permeates the air around you. What little light there is left starts flowing toward the mermaid. You struggle with breathing as your airway becomes clogged with blood. No longer able to keep yourself upright, you collapse against the wall. The world around you shakes more violently by the second. It probably won't be long before this place falls apart. You see her, she who is still fighting the monster in the dark, and reach out your hand at her with the last bit of your being. With it, your consciousness shatters into pieces, and the world around you grows twisted, crumbles, and sinks. And the last thing you see is the mermaid holding onto the egg that's nailed to the ground. What's this? Whoa! What did I do?
Get out of my sight!
Did I scare it?
Yeah,
Like foam.
Get out of here! Die! Sink
To the bottom of this sea! Where did it go?
Get out of
Of my sight! Can I not hurt it? Why isn't it working? Ah, more of them. Ah! I'm not afraid of you anymore. Ah, fuck.
get out
Of my sight!
yeah,
Like foam
bottom of
of the sea. Put that shield down.
get out
Out of my sight!
like
Foam!
quiet. Get out of here!
Oh yeah, I did it.
Phew, it's finally over.
Oh boy. Let's check how many chapters are left in this. Oof. Okay, so each star count, or like one of these things counts for one, and there's 3 for every combat level. I have about 21 of those left, so it's 21, 42, and then 9 more. So there should be 9 more cutscenes, and then let's think, 7 more combat ones. I think now is probably a good time to take a break. Well, maybe I'll do this one more cutscene before and just get to the next combat level. Deep sea suffocation. As the torrents of despair pull the hero into the suffocating depths of the sea, But the Grey Ravens and the Guardian of the Cradle receive troubling news. You are neither Cathilla, who tends to slowly lose her mind if she loses the egg, nor Lamia, who thrives with the egg. The collapse sends you straight into the pool at the bottom, tumbling into a deep well along with the current. The rumble of the earthquake continues in the distance, and it sounds as though some gigantic monsters are fighting where you can't see them. With your eyes locked onto the well's opening, you try to make your way up, only to slide back down, completely exhausted. The fight just now is the last straw for you. Short halt. You've been relying on him since you came to. You find yourself not knowing what to do, having never thought that you would have to say goodbye this soon. Valeria. You don't know much about Scarab, save for the few times you've seen Commandant Valeria walking alongside the rest of her squad. Death is commonplace on the battlefield, but you may have still yet to grow used to it. You reach into one of the pockets. In there sits a candy he left behind. The cool peppermint with a hint of alcohol restores some of your cool. You clutch onto the candy wrapper and put it back into your pocket. I've got to find your name tag at least. Your body, however, seems to be failing you. You feel as if you're being skinned alive as your clothes rub against your wounds, and the cold and trembling slowly stops you from moving. The fever. When you put your hand onto your forehead, however, you feel a slimy lump of red. It doesn't help that your mind beacon hasn't gotten any better, and many negative and violent thoughts are now adding to the chaos. Except Lillian doesn't seem to want to let the connection go. Never knew a sentence could do this. No, I can't give up. I can't give up just yet. The world would be doomed if Cathilla is let out now. This is what you keep telling yourself, but try as you may, you keep falling back into the well. You're trapped here, at your wit's end, and yet you don't know what you have to gain from the world out there either. Out there are countless hetero creatures, an invincible Cathilla, and an Ascendant who's shown her true colors. Despair fills your heart, and yet you never stop looking for tools to use in your surroundings. Suddenly a smear flashes past, and you seem to know what it's trying to do. In the corner, it moves back and forth, as though trying to show you something. It's a dirty backpack. Inside is half a pack of compressed biscuits, a serum, a dagger, dozens of bullets, and 2 fever pills. The backpack looks like something that a scavenger has left here for some reason, and given the timing, you can't help but wonder if this is a... Oh god. Oh god. This is new! Trap. But be that as it may, you know that you don't have the luxury to just walk away from the backpack now. Ugh. They taste normal, like any compressed cookies you've had, except your throat is much too dry now for them to go down smoothly. Just like the biscuits, there's nothing out of the ordinary about the serum. With the biscuits, the pills begin to tear at your throat. I can't waste these. I've got to swallow them. Hoping to make it easier for the pills to go down your throat, you turn your eyes to the stream that's brought you down here in the first place, knowing that it's probably not the safest choice of liquid. Right then, the well starts shaking more violently, and the ground sips away what little water there was left. As if you haven't suffered enough, the bitter taste of the pills fills your mouth. It takes you a good 10 minutes to swallow both the biscuits and the pills, until the upper wall of the well starts shaking again. With it, the well slants to the right. Some seawater streams down this way through an opening on the well's wall, bringing with it a half-filled bottle of water and a packet of bandages that nearly hits you. Huh? The bottle is all crumpled. You pick it up, take an incredulous sniff, and take a gulp of it. Like everything you found in the backpack just now, there is nothing out of the ordinary about this liquid. What strikes you as weird is the well itself. God only knows what's coming down next. Gotta get out of here. You quickly bandage yourself with the bandage from the backpack and, with the dagger you just found, try to make your way up again. The dagger proves itself very useful. Almost there. Halfway up, however, the shaking begins again, and you have a bad feeling about it. Countless metal bars pierce through the wall, blocking the well's opening. In a panic, your hands let go, sending you falling straight back down to the bottom of the well. Was that Lithos? He said there was one last injection to go, which is why you need to stay alive. This is the last place you want to be stuck in if that was Lithos. You pick up the dagger again, ready to give the climb another try, but the unevenness of the ground stops you cold. In the light coming down through the well's opening, you feel the ground, and notice that the protruding parts seem to form a line of words. Please stay in. It's dangerous outside. I'm not going to sit around and wait for you to come give me that last shot, Lithos. As the well's shaking grows more violent still, squirmy writings begin to surface all around you, as though the walls were alive and were part of a hetero creature. I'm sorry, please. It's very dangerous here. Please, stay here. It's very dangerous here. Dangerous. Please stay. Dangerous. Please in, outside. Dangerous. Please. This place is very dangerous. That's probably enough. I don't want to go through this whole thing. It's we get the gist. It's very dangerous. I won't last much longer. And Cathilla is... The mouth of the well is closing in. That's Lamia and not Lithos, isn't it? Please, stay here. It's too dangerous outside. The word sounds like the plea of a dying man. Please, it's very dangerous here. Dangerous. Dangerous. The words on the uneven walls scream out, pleading for the humans here to stay. Fine. I'll do as you say. I'll stay. The tremors all around gradually subside as the mouth of the well returns to its original state, as if understanding what you've said. As the painkillers start to take effect, you are awash in a wave of fatigue. At your wit's end, you lean against the well's wall, before sitting down and slowly closing your eyes. I wonder how they're all holding up. (45398) 4 a.m. Grey Raven commences a blanket search in the designated area, locking onto a long-abandoned hospital as their target. Sneaking into the underground morgue, Liv uncovers a hidden door behind the freezer of the 13th body. What lies before the three of them now is a scene of utter despair.
Torn.
An unbearable stench assaults the senses. Behind the hidden door is a room with 6 bodies, all bearing the same face. Some of them are stiff, while some have started to decompose. Others are still bleeding from their wounds. Regardless of their states, these bodies all bear tragic expressions, as if trying to show what they had been through before meeting their fates. Fighting the boiling pain in her mind, Lucia grasps Liv's trembling hand. Liv. Lee. The blood on some of these bodies is still fresh. There might still be hope. Let's check on them first. These might just be clones, or it might be the Ascendants trying to fool us. But whatever it might be, I know. Seeing Lucia struggle to find her words, Liv gently shakes her head. Regaining her composure, she quickly walks up to the blood-stained bodies to check for any signs of life. Lee, however, remains in place, looking somewhat out of it. Lee? Lee says nothing, as though he hasn't heard a thing. Lee! It's only when Lucia jolts him by the shoulder that Lee finally seems to snap back to the present from a distant past. Let's check the other rooms. We're not giving up any hope. With a nod, Lee quietly leaves the pool of blood behind. He didn't give up, nor was he crushed by what he'd seen. He was just feeling overwhelmed by a familiar heartache. What he doesn't understand, though, is why he's finding it familiar. Breaking through the partition wall covered in dust, the trio finds a clean space beyond the stench of bloodstains. In this space are rows of empty cryogenic chambers, with only the one at the far end containing a person who looks exactly like their commandant. This commandant is still alive! Lucia, call for backup! I called them the moment we entered. They're on their way now. But is this really okay? The three look at the body before them, still with a heartbeat, and exchange silent glances. Can they really turn a blind eye to that certain question they haven't been able to answer if their commandant never turns up again? And just exactly what would they have to do with this look-alike on the off chance that they found their commandant soon? After a long silence, the three decide to leave these questions unanswered. Commandant has only been missing for 16 days. Is that really enough time for someone, even with growth drugs, to go from birth to the state this clone is in now? These clones were here before Commandant went missing. That much I can say for sure. But when exactly did... Wait, we can hack into this terminal here. Lee brings up a projection keyboard and inserts his storage device into the terminal. After quite some time, surveillance footage from a while back is recovered. The footage shows Lithos overseeing a couple of constructs as they move a large machine in here. What is that? I know what that is. It's a memory synchronizer, and Professor Hippocrates has data on it. A memory synchronizer? Yes. It synchronizes memories between two brains. It was used during the Golden Age to treat amnesia. And in some illegal research, it damaged the brain easily, though, so they stopped using it. In the footage, Lithos gently caresses the machine, muttering to himself. I'll have to bring you all here from Fort Winter. And this is where I'll be giving your memories back to you. Let's hope this machine still works. I'm sorry. It took me that long to finally notice who you are. The footage ends here. Fort Winter, huh? If what he said is true, that means these people were created before the Commandant went missing. Wait. A human skeleton. They had lost all patience. I saw a human skeleton near the access device when Alpha and I were at Fort Winter. Is that when? A human skeleton? As in all bones and no flesh? No, I couldn't date it because it didn't seem like it had decayed naturally. But here is my guess. If there was a window of opportunity for anyone to do anything before the Commandant went missing, it would have been after the mission with Wanche to set up the domain nodes and launch in his arsenal, vaporize the Red Tide. Remember how we were told to stand by in the prep room when they clearly could have used help? I do. Commandant was trying to find out what was happening, but was immediately taken away. They said they need to monitor memory replays caused by the corrupted mind beacon. Nobody knew what those medical checks were for, or what they took. Says Lucia, the hilt of the knife in her hand on the verge of being crushed by her grip. Is this all for Project Winter? But Fort Winter has been turned upside down. Why can't they just let it go already? They must have run out of choice. People probably shun them at all costs, even if they manage to survive the punishment from the purifying force. Which is why they've chosen the thorny path, says Liv as she tries to suppress her own anger. Lithos needed memory sync because mind and self-consciousness go hand in hand, and that couldn't have happened without memory. And that's why they took Commandant? So they could memory sync Commandant? I'm sorry, mister. I've lost track of Luke Aurora, and Cathella has gone berserk from being awakened prematurely. While you, severely injured, are fast asleep at the bottom of the well, Lithos is reporting the situation here to his agent amid the chaos. Vonnegut says nothing, waiting for Lithos to finish delivering all the bad news at once. He knows well that Lithos wouldn't have come to bother him if there were a workaround. The three of them orchestrated an explosion, destroying all of the mind backups stored nearby Cathella. I can't keep her stabilized anymore with replicated mind. Your replicated mind was never stable to begin with, and it was only meant to serve as a sedative while Cathella was asleep. It's supposed to crash and burn as soon as she awakes. Which is why I told you to seek reliable backup plans, even if it means taking more time. But I was just hoping to speed things up with your plan. He clenches his arms in self-reproach, nearly crushing them. It's my fault. I left Loki in my room, and she broke through the partition. And that's how they found out about that room. Shrek's replicated mind has been destroyed, too. If we don't do something about Cathella, the consciousness he's implanted into the cradle will be contaminated and collapse, too. And we'll lose control of this place. And of her cradle, too, if that happens. That's exactly why you failed to notice it when they approached your room. I've told you to exercise your caution if you want to control the cradle with him. I've also advised against keeping Loki around. Your experiment is finished, and what you need to do now is free her from her suffering. She's one of us. She deserves to live. And if she dies... You allow those humans to seek death? Yet you deny Loki the same. Is it Loki who needs to live? Or is it you who needs her to live? I'm sorry. What do you make of this Commandant? I don't know.
We had no idea who the connector was behind that wall when we were running mind connection experiments back at Fort Winter. I am not who I was then, and Luke Aurora is no longer the same Luke Aurora I was connected with.
So what do you think now?
Mister, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will see this plan through.
He answers Vonnegut's doubts with a promise.
And I ask that you believe me.
Your mission isn't finished, so don't dissolve yourself into Cthulhu just yet.
Yes, of course.
It's because Lithos can only die after this that he asks his agent for help. It still pains Lithos to know that his death is being treated as an insignificant matter.
Lamia infiltrated this place and took Cinderelic.
Cinderelic is the egg? Oh, damn. Luna's pawn didn't get here too late at all. The figure cloaked in darkness ponders for a moment. I needn't bother then, since it isn't Alpha. As long as Cthulhu lives on, the cradle can be rebuilt. This Commandant is just one injection and a little time away from the full effect of the medication. We need to find them at once. The egg has accumulated quite a few stable shards, and is only one step away from hatching. I just need to see it hatch and make sure Cthulhu survives now.
That's all you need? What are we going to do with Cinderelic if she doesn't hatch?
She is well prepared for that. She went back to Cthulhu knowing this might happen. I'm not going to stop you if you can salvage her too. Lithos knows that isn't something he's capable of. Not to mention that Vonnegut starts entertaining the thought of forsaking the cradle the second he learns of Lamia's invasion. Using Lamia would maximize what he can get out of Cthulhu and the Commandant, because he needs the cradle and the egg to connect with each other, to bewitch the holder. Now, with the joystick gone, he's lost control of both Cthulhu and the cradle. Use the key I left to unlock the device in the control room. You'll find her last mind replica there.
You mean?
Right. That's the replicated frame you left behind before becoming an Ascendant. Stabilize Cthulhu with it.
Both Cthulhu and the cradle are out of control. The frame alone won't last long.
That's why you need to inject the Commandant with the final dose as soon as possible. Leave the retrieval of the egg and Cthulhu to Lilith. Lithos wants to say more, then realizes his own mistakes don't give him the right to object. He once hoped to use his past self to escape back to a time when things were untarnished. Looking back now, however, he knows he can't be further from achieving it.
Oh, good night, Sonny. I'll see you later. Thank you for staying for so long. This shit's getting wild. See you later.
Thinking that he had this coming to him, Lithos almost wants to laugh at himself.
Bye, Sonny.
And while we're still at this, Lithos, but this person, now a completely different man from when they first met, quietly stops him and utters the very same words he did the day they first met. Don't rely too much on pain. Gently touching the spikes in his chest that won't spare him the pain, Lithos passes through the corridor filled with hetero creatures to retrieve the key Vonnegut mentioned and heads toward the control room. As he walks, he removes the hair accessory from his head, shedding the long hair and dress that belonged to Rose, and, with a sigh, changes into the clothes he used to wear at the orphanage.
Oh, so was that a wig?
I'm sorry, Rose. I might look like you, but I still have a hard time bringing myself to like myself, and pain is the only way that I know to seek forgiveness. Let me be the person I was, and face the person I was then. Until now, Lithos has been relying on pain and self-punishment to stay lucid. This is the mind beacon Lithos has always been attentive to, and he has thus come far walking down this path. And while Lithos has been replicated more times than he can ever recount, this individual known as Lithos will always remember that very moment when Paper Crane, a medical chair a kind-hearted donor had given him, was turned into a punishment chair. All those painful times he has had to live through after becoming an Ascendant, one of which is that time he fell for Ravage's trick and accepted his help. All the fathers from the orphanage, and everything Ravage had done, and how all the unbloomed flowers were nailed to Paper Crane before they had their buds forced open and pistils plucked again and again until they became specimens or toys. They said they were doing it for his good, claiming that they loved those little buds too much to ever want to hurt them. Now a grown-up himself, Lithos equates intense, painful tugs at his heart with love, having never truly experienced love in that distorted, sequestered paradise. The more intense the pain carved into his soul, the more genuine his twisted confession. All of these have turned Lithos into the person he is today, one who would feed a rabbit a piece of flesh he cut off himself. I did it for the rabbit. I can't just sit around and watch it starve, can I? But what becomes of the rabbit that's tasted flesh and blood? Lithos' love has led him nowhere, much like this path that's taken him as far as an Ascendant. He sets out hoping to see a brand new future, only to find himself wandering further into thorns and fog. He knows only too well that a villain won't stop being a villain simply because he's been victimized, which tears his soul in half. He is Lithos, and he is also Father's. He has become an offender since he was made a victim. He wishes they could all live peacefully looking forward to tomorrow, instead of having to trek the long, twisted river that's the Ascension Network, and hurting so many people along the way. Having been raised by his fathers, Lithos doesn't know how to go about life in ways his fathers have never shown him. Which is why he sees what he's doing now as the best way out, even if the disaster leaves no time for anyone. Then he needs to act now. And to that end, he doesn't care how many people he's going to hurt, so long as he can keep a handful of them safe. And this is the kind of filtering that Lithos stands by. He's been tormented by what he has done, and he resorts to lying to help himself feel better. He's been telling people that he's doing these things for their good, that they have to do as he says to survive, to the point he falls prey to his own lies. Dying on a periodic basis helps get these heavy emotions off Lithos' chest, as much as he knows that this is but a temporary getaway. His idea of an ideal death would be to get torn and crushed completely alongside Paper Crane, all the while consciously enduring torment 1,000-fold worse than what he had to in the past. It's only through pain so excruciating that he thinks he can find temporary forgiveness in himself, for himself. It's only then that he can bid a graceful farewell. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. I think it's time for me to sign off for the night. It's been fun though. I had a good time streaming again. Well, since I didn't finish the chapter, maybe I'll do it again tomorrow night. So in that case, I'll finish for now. But thanks to everybody who came by to watch, and I'll see you again some other time. I had a great time. Bye, everybody!